All right, good morning, folks. We're going to get started here in about 2 minutes. I'm going to let folks, I know there's some traffic and all kinds of fun out there in the Atlanta highway. So we'll get started here in just a minute or so. We've got a couple of folks that are going to be attending via Zoom, and we're working through the technology. I know yesterday they had some stuff happen at the Capitol where the systems went down temporarily. So hopefully we're not having residual, but all right. Good morning. Happy final tax day for those folks that weren't filing on time, right? October 15th. I know CPAs are excited about tomorrow. That's when their fall break begins. But no, welcome to today's meeting on HR 1115, the House Study Committee meeting to discuss consumers in Georgia, swipe fees, and sales taxes. Before we get started, I'm going to call on one of my colleagues and peers in the House and committee member, Terry Cummins, to lead an invocation. But before she does, I just want to say to all the Georgians and honestly Americans in the Southeast that have been impacted by the last several weeks of horrific and challenging hurricanes. I know that Georgia was impacted in a major way in the southeastern part of our state, going up toward the Carolinas. Our friends and fellow business folks in North Carolina have just seen tremendous devastation, and I know that this is still a challenging time for those folks. So let's keep them in our prayers. And I know most of the folks in this room have done something in some small part or even in many large ways to provide supplies and assistance. Many of my colleagues, very thankful that we have such a generous group of people that serve in our state that have dropped everything and gone to cooking food and setting up logistical connections between different church communities and different business connections throughout our state as well as other states. And it's just a testament to many of the folks, both retailers and banks, that have stepped up to help those communities to serve. And I think it's just a great reminder that we're all Georgians serving Georgians. and we're all Americans serving Americans. And I hope we have a great discussion today, a deep and thoughtful one for everybody's position. And I look forward for us to have a very full and informative day. So with that, Rep. Terry, would you lead us in a prayer? What number are you? Just so I make sure.
15.
Thank you.
Please bow your heads and close your eyes. Dear Lord, we start out this morning with a heart of gratitude for everyone that made it here safely today, and also with gratitude for the survivors of 2 horrific storms. We're praying for those people that are still coming to terms with those storms and trying to work their way back. We're praying that they continue to get the support and the help that they need, and that those that are in the hospital or injured will be healed. We're prayerful for and grateful for all of the people that dropped everything to help out their fellow citizens in their time of need. We're grateful for this morning's hearing, for everybody's voice to be heard, and for everybody to have safe travels home after. In the Lord's name I pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. All right. At this time, if you'll notice, we did have a correction on the agenda, and I apologize. I think somebody must have been allowing themselves to scroll their timeline, and old SNL videos of Ron Burgundy came up, and we called Ken Odom Ron Odom. So to my apologies to you, Ken. They're tricking me over here too. But at this time, I'd like to ask some of the folks from our payment world here in Georgia to come forward. If both of you could come up at the same time, and we'll let you guys make a quick introduction and go from there. But Ken Odom with Fiserv. Ken, nice to meet you. And then Darren Hicks with Global Payments. We welcome you. And just to give everybody just kind of a reminder, the run of show is we've got a set timeline. It's flexible. I've built in about 30 minutes, hopefully, of potential flex time if needed. We're going to save panel questions till the end. And then, approximately 10, 15-minute discussion, and then we'll have time for Q&A from the committee members to each of you gentlemen. So just out of deference, since we didn't have you down with the correct name, I'll let you go first, Ken, and then we'll follow up with Darren.
Okay.
And pull the mic toward you so that we can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Hear me okay? All right. Well, good morning, Chairman Wade and the members of the committee. My name is Ken Odom, Vice President of Payment Operations with Fiserv. As many of you may be aware, Fiserv is a global technology fintech company that operates in over 100 companies with 4,000 employees in the state of Georgia. Relevant to this committee's work, Fiserv has a merchant processing business where we contract either directly with merchants or through one of our many partners, such as banks, to enable businesses to accept electronic payments. We also manufacture our own point of sale system that supports our merchant processing business, which is sold globally under the Clover brand. As a payment processor, when someone wants to pay for goods or services by electronic means, if Fiserv is the processor, once that customer has swiped, dipped, tapped, keyed, we take that transaction information, route it to one of the networks on the card, and then onto the financial institutions for authorization. Once that authorization response is received back at Fiserv from the network, we route it back to the merchants, whether it's physical or online, letting the merchant and the consumer know the transaction was approved. Fiserv systems process approximately 6,000 transactions a second in this manner. We also own 2 debit networks, Star and Excel, which allow us to provide debit issuers with unaffiliated networks for debit transactions and routing to those issuers for the debit rails. Further, we also act as an issuer processor. So we're on the merchant processing side, which I just mentioned, but we also have a business that is on the issuing side where we're not the actual issuer, but we're the processor for thousands of issuers. This is so that we can move money from the issuers, from the consumer's account, up through the network, eventually out to the business. I've spent my career in merchant processing over 30 years and have seen some incredible innovations. But what I just described to you just a few minutes ago is the basic transaction flow really hasn't changed in all those years. Maybe different ways to initiate a transaction have come online, like mobile payments and other things, but the overall transaction flow is pretty much the same. That's because these processing systems were set up to collect information absolutely necessary to efficiently and safely move payment data through the whole ecosystem. Identifying, sorting various tax amounts really was not contemplated part of the system other than a very unique case, which is more B2B payments where they're providing additional information as part of that B2B type transaction. And that's what makes this issue a complex one, because we're talking about changing some of the components of the system that has worked thousands of times, has between 1,000 times a second between merchants, processors, and networks. So, and honestly, this is a tougher issue for Fiserv because what I just mentioned, we're on both sides of this. We have an issuing community business and we have a merchant processing business. What I can tell you is our systems at their root are technology systems, so enough time and money, technology change can happen. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be easy, quick, or inexpensive. And in the case, any change of the payment authorization settlement system has to work across a number of entities, and it has to be done with almost 100% perfection across millions of merchants, dozens of processors, close to 20 different card networks, and 9,000 or so card issuers. So just sort of close there. Obviously, this is a decision for you to decide, and it is a complex one, but we do appreciate this committee taking the time to study carefully. So glad to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to hold questions for right now, but at this time, I'll turn it over to Darren Hicks with Global Payments, a Georgia company, right?
Georgia company.
There we go.
Good morning. My name is Darren Hicks, and I serve as the head of government relations for Global Payments, and I appreciate the opportunity to come speak with you this morning. We're not only a Georgia company, I also happen to be a lifelong Georgia resident, live down in Warm Springs, Georgia, in Meriwether County, and proud graduate of the University of Georgia and Mercer Law School. And we'll see how I feel about this next Monday after the Texas game. We'll have a discussion. Global Payments is headquartered here in Georgia with facilities in Atlanta, Alpharetta, and Columbus, about 4,000 employees based here in the state itself. Our company is part of the payments ecosystem that includes the banks that issue credit cards and the card brands that maintain the networks. Our role in the ecosystem is to enable merchants to accept payments and to support the banks that issue cards to their customers. A particular focus of our company is on supporting small and mid-sized businesses. According to the U.S. Small Business Administration, small businesses make up 99.9% of all U.S. firms, with around 33.3 million of these businesses in total across the country. Nearly half of all workers in the U.S. are employed by a small business. At Global Payments, we take great pride in ensuring that small and mid-sized businesses have the technology they need to survive, compete, and grow. Now, I've been around this issue of interchange and the cost of payments for several years, and I suspect that I've heard most of the points raised by both sides of the discussion. We may not be the direct recipient of interchange, but we are certainly part of the ecosystem that benefits from the investment and innovation that interchange enables. I think there's a tendency at times to treat card payments as just another payment mechanism. However, card payments are fundamentally different from other forms of payment, such as cash or checks. The convenience, efficiency, speed, reliability, and resiliency of card payments allows them to serve as a foundational structure on which businesses can improve the customer experience, promote and maintain customer loyalty, and increase operational efficiency. 2 weeks ago, my wife and I traveled over to Louisiana, to Hammond, Louisiana, to visit my son who's in grad school out there. Along that way, something hit me. We had booked our rental car on an app that had a payment mechanism in it. I booked my hotel on an app that had a payment mechanism in it. Thankfully, I had points. I was able to use those to get the hotel out there in Hammond. On the way out there, we stopped at the world's largest gas station, where I paid at the pump. We stopped to get some caffeine when we made it to Mississippi, stopped at a famous a fast food restaurant that had a kiosk where I ordered my drink and paid for my drink, and lady brought it up there to me a minute later. When we got to Louisiana on Saturday morning, we took my son breakfast, ordered it on an app, very familiar restaurant that y'all are all aware of, went through the mobile order pickup line, picked up that breakfast, paid for it, went home. Now, my son is a graduate assistant in the strength and conditioning program at this particular university, and we were going to go to the football game that afternoon. And if I'm going to go to the football game, I'm going to have a shirt to show my support, because my closet's full of red and black. I needed some green and yellow. And so went to a big retailer there in town, paid at the, self-checkout, and I took a picture of it. I told my wife I got so tickled because it said card only. And so I just look at that whole trip that I took right there, and you can see how the payment structure that's in place, the card payment structure, enabled a better customer experience. Everything moved much quicker. Customer loyalty, because almost every one of the apps I used had a loyalty program baked into it, right? To get me to keep going back to that hotel, to that car rental place. All of those were baked in. And the operational efficiencies were right there on the surface, right? You could see how much better it was. Now, the thing that struck me was that these were all very big companies. And of course, if you're traveling along an interstate, that's what you're going to run into. They're the ones that are along the interstate. And so to this end, I want to sort of explain one particular product that we offer and how it leverages card payments in a similar way to help small businesses. Now, Christy Ellerby in the back is about to throw something at me because I left the device in my car. But I will tell you, it is barely bigger than this phone. It has a little device that goes on the end of it. And it's a next generation mobile point of sale device for restaurants. Christy and I went out to Oklahoma City where we have a facility so I could get trained on that device. I wanted to know how it worked, what it did. And I had the opportunity to spend some time with a young man named Evan who helped me to go through this training. And I can tell you, he's absolutely passionate about what this device does, and I completely share his enthusiasm. Now, our device is focused on supporting a restaurant with a suite of services built around a payments structure that we're talking about. And again, I'm going to keep coming back to this theme. These services help the restaurant create a better customer experience, promote customer loyalty, and create operational efficiencies. Now, I told you about my trip out to Hammond, Louisiana. The one entity that I dealt with that was not a big company was a local pizza restaurant that we went to on Friday night and took my son and his girlfriend out to. Little local place. Pizza was magnificent, but as you sat there, you could see the obvious inefficiencies in how things were being run. Everything was being taken down by hand on a ticket, and the server would go from table to table and then run back to the kitchen to put the order in. And when you paid, she had to take it and go back and run it and come back to it. And you could just see if 2 or 3 more big groups had come in, they were going to be overwhelmed by that night. And so I said, okay, so what would this device have done? How could it have helped that restaurant? So imagine I go back to that restaurant and they have this system in place. And I'm just going to take you through what happens. And what this device, and I'm using this as sort of metaphorically the device. You go up to the hostess who has one of these devices and you ask for a table. There's a wait time. She puts your name and phone number in it. The device itself is going to let you know when your table is ready. But she says, why don't you go to the bar and have a drink while you're waiting? We've all probably been in that experience. While we're waiting, we go to the bar and have a drink. And you're having your drink. And what typically happens when you get the text, say your table's ready, you try to, pay at the bar, close out the tab. No need to do it with this system because your tab's going to follow you no matter where you are in the restaurant on the system. So your server takes you to your table, and on the device itself, it has a layout of the restaurant. And when you're seated, they push a icon on there and it shows your seat as being occupied. And everybody in the restaurant who's on the system knows you're there. You go to order your pizza. The entire menu is on the device. Any questions that the server has to answer for you is on the device right there. So experienced server, inexperienced server, all that's built onto this device. You order your pizza, and here's what's critical. You order your pizza, and as soon as you place your order, it is sent immediately from the table straight to the kitchen. You want to order additional drink, it's sent immediately to the bar. The efficiency right there is obvious in what that is trying to achieve right there. And think about this frustrating experience that almost all of us have been in, where we've been in a crowded restaurant, and you order your meal, and you see the server go to the next table and take an order, and maybe go to the next table and take some drinks. And what are you sitting there thinking? I hope she puts my order in first, right? Because we're sitting there and we watch that big table next to us get all their food next, and you know that they put it into the kiosk in a different order. No problem here. This device is intended to make sure your order goes immediately to the kitchen, immediately to the bar as soon as you place that order. You get your pizza. It's a wonderful pizza. I told you it's a wonderful pizza. And when you're ready to close out your check, they come to the table, they present you the device, and you can tap and pay right there at the table. You want to divide the check up, you can divide it up right there. You do everything on that device. You want your receipt. It can be printed for you, sent to you by text, sent to you by email as you're done. And if they're part of the rewards or loyalty program that they've built into the system, maybe you can redeem some points or you get some points, driving your return back to that particular restaurant as you go. Everything that was done right there that I was describing was to improve the customer experience. You're not waiting around as long, to foster customer loyalty, and to increase operational efficiency. Less waiting, more turnover at the table, and the payment is the end result. It is the structure on which all of that has been built to serve that restaurant. Just got to share it. What else can that device do? That device can integrate with delivery services, online orders, mobile orders. It can serve as personal management. People sign in to work by holding it up to their face and sign out at break by doing that. It has integrations for inventory control. No more guessing. I've worked in a restaurant in college where you had to go count the cans in the back. This is being done automatically. It can help you design the layout of the restaurant. Do I need more 2-seat tables, more 4-seat tables, more 6-seat tables? You get the data in real time. It helps you identify what's working on your menu and not working on your menu. Real-time data that you're getting. Our point-of-sale device leverages the underlying payments capability to support a suite of services that allow a small business to offer a great customer experience, build loyalty, create return customers, and enable operational efficiencies. In short, it's a platform for value. I want to end with something that Evan told me while he was explaining the device to me. He mentioned that 2 blocks up, there was a small family-owned and family-run restaurant located from his office. And he told me that when he thinks about the services that we provide as a company, he thinks about that family and the restaurant they own. It is their livelihood. It is their investment. It is their hope for the future. And he thinks about what we can enable them to do to succeed, grow, and compete when he talks about this product. At Global Payments, we are passionate to make sure that small businesses like that pizza restaurant in Hammond, Louisiana, have the tools to survive, compete, and grow. And I want to emphasize again that these tools are built on a remarkably resilient and reliable card payment system. Now, last night when I was going through my notes, I read that statement. I said, that doesn't capture it. I'm going to share with you something here. I'm not going to share with you, actually, I'm going to show it to you. This is my personal credit card, issued by a bank in Columbus, Georgia. All of the information printed on that card, we printed on that card in Columbus, Georgia, and distributed it to us. I mentioned I live in Warm Springs. Occasionally, we go over to the big city of Manchester to have a meal. And Manchester has a Dairy Queen there. And that's great because they got good chicken fingers at Dairy Queen. And so I can take this card and I can go with my card issued in Columbus, Georgia. I can go to Manchester, Georgia and buy chicken fingers at Dairy Queen. I can also go to San Francisco. I can go to New York City. I can go to Ottawa, where I have used that card. I can go to Mexico, South America, the Caribbean, Europe, Asia, UK, Africa, and use this card. This card right here. I mean, sometimes I think we take for granted how remarkable that is, that we're able to do that with this system. That is simply incredible. When you go to Global Payments website, you pull it up, the first thing it says is commerce made easy. We're proud about that. We're proud of what we do. I wrote down proud and I underlined it twice because I wanted to make sure I said it. We're proud of what we do and the support we provide to merchants and the support we provide to consumers across this country and across this globe. And thank you for the opportunity to come speak to you this morning.
Thank you very much to both Ken and Darren. I appreciate that. Now what we will do is we'll reserve, we've got about 30 minutes left to ask questions of our panelists. So at this time, I'll open up the floor for questions from our committee members. which one was, we got 13. I think he beat you by a hair. So it's okay. It's like the NASCAR race this weekend. All right. Yes, sir. Number 13, that is Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Joe Rulin, yes. That machine sounds amazing, by the way. But based on what Mr. Odom said at the beginning, with the efficiency of gathering just the smallest, I think, bit of data to be able to transact, if that were to change, if you needed to pull out tax information, would that obviously it would require software changes? Do you suspect that there would be hardware upgrades that would need to happen with that as well?
You know, I'm certainly not the tech expert on this. You know, I think so. And then what I would say is, like, there's a little local grocery store that I go by on my way home, and many of y'all have probably seen this situation, is where you've got the cash register where everything's rung up, and then they have a separate point of sale system that's not connected. They're not integrated to one another. So you do the transaction and then you walk over to the point of sale and put in the numbers on that. I don't know how that gets reconciled in the system, how that will end up having to change to be able to do that. So I put that out there. I think one of the most interesting things is we've been saying, and I think the payments community has been saying for a while now, this would be disruptive to the system and be difficult to implement. You know, I don't know how many of y'all seen that, but you know, in Illinois, the lawsuit was filed by the banking associations against the legislation that was passed up in Illinois. And sort of as a surprise, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency filed an amicus brief in that case. And it's interesting because this is from the introduction. It described the Illinois situation as an ill-conceived, highly unusual, and largely unworkable state law that threatens to fragment and disrupt this efficient and effective system. I mean, I just feel somewhat validated because we've been saying this, and clearly the OCC, who's only interested in making sure things work, thought enough of the problem to reach out and talk about it.
All right. Thank you very much, Joe, for that question and the response. Did you want to weigh in at all on that? Just because I know you're also a payment processor.
Yeah, I can. And I am more on the tech and operations side. So most of my career was actually in technology. And then the last 10 plus years, it's been on the operations side. And I have a team that's dedicated to working with all the card networks. And I said we got close to 20 of them. So I think it's going to be, to answer your question, it's going to be a combination. In some cases, it can be software updates, but in some cases, it's going to require the point of sale to be replaced for a couple of reasons. One is, and this is just part of the industry, point of sale, mostly the smaller ones, have a lifetime. And so they are put on what's called end of life because of security and encryption and other things. So those typically a vendor will not make updates to. If they're already in end of life, they allow the merchant to continue to use it. So that's a case where it have to be replaced. And then like Ron was saying, in some cases, if it's not integrated, you're going to have the clerk type in not only the sales or the tax amount, but also the other amounts. So it's going to have to be typed in separately versus just keying in one end. So that's probably a couple of cases where I see the point of sale having to be replaced.
Thank you.
I want to ask this question just as a follow-up to what Joe's asking. So in Illinois, do either of your companies provide a service to those areas, and have you had an associated cost to deal with what is currently, I guess, in litigation, or is that on pause and your clients haven't, so that you haven't actually made those changes? Do you know if you have seen any estimation to, if you were to have to comply, what that initial cost for your clients would be in your company? Because obviously that cost will be passed to the banks and the merchants.
We've not looked at it from a cost standpoint, but an estimate as far as a timeline, we think it's 2+ years of work that we need to do. That may not necessarily include all the work. So for example, we have probably 2,000 point of sale integration certifications that not all of them are probably in Georgia, not all of them are being used in Illinois, but a large number of those are going to have where the software vendor will have to make software changes. They'll have to certify to us, et cetera.
All right.
Our estimation.
All right. I'm about to take your question, Kevin, in just a second. Just for the committee members, I know that you heard a reference from Darren about the OCC and their filing of a suit. It was, I believe, on October 3rd when they filed that. We're going to get you guys a copy of that amicus brief sometime during the day, hopefully, so that if you have insomnia, I will cure it for you. But no, seriously, it's good information to be aware. I want committee members, as our speaker has indicated, his objective, especially when we study issues, is to find out the facts. And that's the facts on all sides of things. And I take that to the next step, which is how does this impact folks, the Georgians that we represent? So that's the reason to provide you every bit of information as possible. All right, Kevin, I'll turn it over to you for your question.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Dick's thrilled to hear talk about value for small businesses, because I think that's the heart of the issue. What's the value of paying interchange on tax to give banks revenue for functions that merchants are required to do? I want to dive into a little about technical changes. Yes, a technical change, it's limited to some cards today. And the ability to extend that to more cards does require some form of work. Trying to get maybe a scale on that. Traditionally, twice a year, having worked at MasterCard, right? Traditionally, twice a year, MasterCard, Visa, even what I'll call the regional networks, Star, Excel, owned by Fiserv, mandate changes. Right. And you, as the processor, are required to make those changes. Some are very large in impact that require hardware changes, EMV, right? Not technically a mandate, but we all know it had to be done. Otherwise, merchants would be responsible for liability in 100% of transactions. Scale-wise, since you need to make changes twice a year anyway from network requirements, is this that much bigger a deal? Everything from changing interchange rates that go up to EMV to supporting new fields for fraud requirements. How much bigger is this compared to things you do twice a year anyway?
Yeah, so for what you're answering about the twice a year.
Move the mic. Just
Oh, sorry.
sorry. Yeah, we've got
Okay.
folks on Zoom too.
So the card schemes, card networks do twice a year make changes. In case you're not aware, that happens in about 3 days on Friday, which is why the rest of my team's at the office getting ready for that. It's a global change. So when they make a change, it's worldwide. Majority of the changes that we make each type is typically back office related. Is most of the back, but there are changes that require merchants to have, or point of sale changes, but the majority of the work is back office type related, whether it's new fees, interchange programs, new products, et cetera. The change here in itself is not that large, but it in fact impacts the whole ecosystem. Mm-hmm. And that's part of the biggest issues. It impacts the entire ecosystem.
So just one quick follow-up, please.
Sure.
So Clover devices that you have in, I don't even know how many merchants here in Georgia have those devices. Would those have to be replaced, or they're scalable enough to handle the changes so that when these twice a year network changes happen and maybe something like this happened, that you'd have to replace all those devices, or they're scalable enough as is?
Sort of mentioned earlier, I think you're gonna have a combination of both.
Okay.
Some where you can push software and some you're gonna have to replace.
Thank you.
If I could just add one point on that, I think what we leave out sometimes is we start with the start of what changes would be required, and we say, okay, well, we can configure what data flows out. That's just the start of the process. I mean, right now, no matter how that data gets divided up going into the system, my understanding is interchange still applied across the total transaction amount.
Today, yes.
Today, yes. So not only would you have to figure out ways to divide data on a state-by-state basis, so it's no longer a global change. It's what Georgia requires, what Illinois requires, what California requires, what New York requires. And we don't know how many fields that may be. Illinois has upped the number of fields compared to what was proposed here and what was proposed in Florida. I mean, there doesn't seem to be some natural limit that some state legislature come up with the idea that we need 5 different fields. But at some point, you got to then build into the system the capability of applying interchange to some, but not all of those transactions, reconciling all that, but building around that entire structure and auditability where you have to provide enough data so that the banks who are the recipient of the interchange can determine whether or not the interchange was applied correctly on the sales tax.
Why?
Why? Because it's their money.
But
Yeah,
it's the
they're gonna-
merchant's
well, they're gonna-
responsibility, and It's the state requirement for the merchant to reconcile the tax. If the tax is not paid to the state correctly, the merchant's in trouble. The issuer has no part of that.
So a minor change in the amount of the sales tax that could be applied, you're saying that the banks that receive interchange should have no right to go in and be able to confirm that was done correctly as part of the system.
Let me interject real quick. So I want to rephrase, I think, what Kevin's point is and what your response is. Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I'm looking at it from what is the risk that is embedded in the transaction? And is there somehow a way to distinguish the risk associated with just the cost of the merchandise or service being paid for versus the entirety of the transaction, which is the merchandise as well as any sales tax collected, whether that sales tax is state tax, local, splost, ELOST. The transaction itself, the payment system is speaking to two sides, the banks for the customer's account, and then remitting that to the merchant. Is there a way to bifurcate risk between what is being collected for any or all parties? That's, I think, where you guys are headed. So I'd like you to respond. And then Kevin, if I've not been clear in that, feel free to clean up if that's necessary. But I think that's what you guys are trying to determine.
Well, I mean, there is obviously no bifurcation of risk. I mean, if the banks are still required to process 100% of the transaction, but don't get paid for the 7% or 5% of the sales tax, they're still processing. They're still holding the risk for the entire part of the transaction. I mean, if that's the question you're asking.
That's the question I'm asking.
And going back to the question is, I don't think that you can create a system where it's the banks who are the recipients of interchange have to just simply rely on what is represented to them as being the accurate, estimation or accounting for sales tax. They have the right, I think they should have the right to be able to go in and audit to make sure that it was done correctly.
So that happens today on the commercial cards or on traditional retail transactions. When they get a total bill, they receive income for $102.19 transaction. They don't do any of that audit today to make sure that the price of the goods was correct.
I mean, come on, consumers at a whole different scale that we're talking about here on this. I'm just saying that we make this sound like a very simple process. There's a lot more steps that are not built into consumer transactions that we're talking about, more than just dividing up the data.
The information today that comes in on commercial cards, level 2, level 3, that's informational only. I mean, it's a pass-through information. It doesn't go in, doesn't go into interchange or anything like that. It's just information. A lot of it, especially when you get into what's called level 3, which is line item, SKU level detail, is because a B2B business may have a contract with a school or college that they need to pass that information. So today it's pass-through information.
Correct, but the fields are separate that indicate tax versus purchase price
Right.
versus total. Those are separate fields today for those transactions.
Right, for the commercial cards.
Yes.
Correct. But they're not used in calculating interchange. systems.
Agreed. Completely.
Okay. So for a fair summary of that fantastic dialogue, would it be fair to say that it is, I mean, technology is such that if you program certain things that you could potentially comply with a change like this, it could be arduous, it could be very different in different states, but it would take some effort, and there could be a timeline of which your company is determined 2 years to be in compliance, and your company hasn't necessarily, you're not aware of a specific cost or timeline, but there would be a change that would have to be made, right?
Not going to sit there and agree that at the end of the day, we're still going to have the same system we have today in terms of reliability, resiliency. I'm not going to concede that because we don't know.
Okay. But it does not change the fact that between the consumer and the merchant and the processor, that the risk is still the total transaction, not just merchandise or service.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Fair. Kevin, is that a fair understanding of the dialogue between you two?
Completely understand his position, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, Todd Jones, Representative Jones, if you'd like to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hicks, I acknowledge that you're a UGA fan, but I also want to point out to the committee that you're wearing a Georgia Tech tie. So I do appreciate that.
Collegiate bipartisanship.
I thought it was Notre Dame.
You're going to root for Notre Dame this week? You're on the record right now.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Just a couple things, guys. First and foremost, I'm a big fan of the industry. Clearly, the state benefits from the fintech industry. I have a slight interest in technology, so I tend to like the innovation. Let me ask just one question before I get to the two that I have that are more substantive. And this is not a hit. It's really just a curiosity question. I've been fortunate enough in business to be, have some success. I've traveled the world more times than I know. I've been paying at the table in Europe for about 25 years now. And I've always thought to myself, notwithstanding all the other features that you spoke about, the tech, clearly it didn't have all of that 25 years ago, even in Europe. It's not a hit. It's just it's a curiosity question. Why has it taken it so long for us to, in effect, have that technology that has to be at least a quarter of a century old? Because I felt as if from an efficiency standpoint, like you said, I don't like the fact that they got to take my card, go back, come back. It's just easier to just swipe right there and go. What took so long to get it to the United States?
I think part of that is Europe adopted EMV.
Can you get closer to the mic if you don't mind? Thank you.
Part of that, and this sort of led to pay at the table over in Europe, part of that had to do with Europe adopting EMV a lot longer before, 10, 15 years before the United States did. So I think they had a big play in it.
Yeah. And when my experience in Europe and Asia was significantly different and has been for a very long time than my experience here in the United States. And I always felt as if, in a sense, the merchants, the restaurants, everyone was hampered by that. And I was always intellectually curious why we weren't launching that type of tech to our merchants and to our retailers, because to your exact point, it would have saved them costs. So thank you. I appreciate that. Generally speaking, we always hear, people use 3% generally, and clearly it all depends. Is it debit? Is it credit? Is it present? Is it not present? Et cetera, et cetera. Is it Amex? But let's just stick to Visa and MasterCard for the time being. But generally speaking, on interchange split, could you just walk me through or walk the committee through on a percentage basis, the issuing bank's percentage, the processor's percentage, and the association's percentage, please?
I'd have to.
Generally
talk to
speaking.
someone else about that.
Yeah.
So in general, the interchange, we're not getting part of it.
Ken, I'm so sorry to do this. Yeah, don't be afraid of it.
All
It
right.
will not bite you. I promise. Even though you could
Uh-huh.
bite yourself if you're not careful.
In general, we're not getting part of the interchange. The card network's not getting the interchange, is the issuer's getting the interchange. in
Okay.
general.
So
But there are other fees that we're getting and others are getting.
exactly. So we have swipe fees. We have all kinds of things built into that 3%. So I just generally said interchange. So I'm just going to say
Okay.
fees now instead of
Okay.
interchange. I was just using that.
Well, the
okay.
interchange and fees.
I
they're
understand are
unique.
different things completely, and I apologize.
Sure.
If we want to get technical, I'll get down and dirty for you.
Okay.
The total fees, we typically hear 3% as just a general, okay, and we can get into all the arguments around present, not present, debit, credit, etc. Generally speaking, the total fees, walk the committee through the split, please, in terms of percentage wise. Who gets what?
Yeah, I don't know if I have that with me on the split.
Okay. Okay, I'd love that.
If you break it down, you break it down into three parts.
Okay.
There's the interchange, there's what processors call a discount rate, which is their piece. And the largest majority of interchange goes to the issuing bank. The biggest piece of the pie goes to the bank that issued the card.
All right. So
So on say on a rewards card, say the merchant's effective rate is 2.5% to 3%.
let's use 3 just
Let's
because
use
it's a
3.
whole number.
You could have 1.8 to 2.5% of that, depending on the card that was presented, that's going back to the issuing bank.
Okay. And then the rest of it is split between the processor, the
Right.
associations.
Yeah, so the card brands say 15 basis points roughly is what they're going to make on that transaction, and the rest is processor fees.
Okay, thank you.
And then just to clarify this, I want to make sure, I think I've heard this before, and Gina, you probably know, some of that cost that the issuing bank uses that is to provide some of the things that you discussed as it relates to points and rewards and those kind of things.
That's right.
So that
Mhm.
the consumer is paying a fee, but they're also buying the opportunity for reward points or something else. So that's a negotiated thing in the open marketplace, correct? because it can be different. It's not the same everywhere. Some rewards may be perceived by a consumer as to be more advantageous or
Right.
other between different issuing banks, for example.
Yeah, and the interchange rates are set by the card brands. So it's
Yeah.
going to be whatever that bank carries for cards.
Okay, all
Right.
right. Thank you. Does that make sense? Just as a caveat as to what we're talking about the consumers here. It's not just the banks.
Yeah.
Consumers make a choice as to where they bank. So, and rewards programs to my competitive bankers, and credit union folks, you credit union folks know all about this. I always harp on it. So y'all have some pretty good rewards programs, my friends. So it's part of the ecosystem for the consumer as well. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions that you had?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So now turning to the tax burden, let's take $100 sale here in the state of Georgia and let's make it retail. So there's an actual widget that's being moved. If you think of that, and we'll just use 7%, and I understand there are other jurisdictions around the state that are different, but again, just for the purposes of this example, that's $7. Would we all agree? Walk me through the merchant, the issuer, the processor, the association, and then the Georgia state government risk on just the tax. Because if we use 3% in this example, there's a $7 VIG expected to the state of Georgia. Can we agree to that? The merchant would net 3% or 97% of the 7% when they take the payment, or when you guys fund them, pardon me, correct? Okay, so that's 21 cents. So that's $6.79 that the merchant is getting on every dollar, or not, pardon me, on every $100 that they transact via credit card, at least in this example, 3%. Is that fair? But from a risk standpoint, in terms of the collection of that money, can you walk me through merchant, issuer, processor, association, and the government? Who holds, walk me through relative risk.
I mean, are you talking about risk in terms of merchant not paying the state, consumer not paying the credit card bill, the merchant being assured of payment? I mean, there's a lot of levels of risk that we're
Sure.
talking about on here. I mean, clearly the merchant bears the risk of not paying the state. I mean, the state would come after them.
Why don't we just talk about, in this related example, this is not about the merchant paying the state. Okay, let's all the way to the right side of this example. All the way to the left side is whether or not the consumer pays his or her bill. That's a discussion for another day. I'm talking about just in the time that it is funded. You don't know if the individual paid their credit card bill yet. I'm talking about at the moment that they take it all the way through. And I'm not going to get into refunds. I'm not going to get into chargebacks and everything. I'm just asking simplistically, guys. I'm not trying to catch you here. I'm just trying to understand what's the risk as you perceive it. And this is my last question, Mr. Chairman.
I'm still trying to somewhat wrap my mind around what you're asking, because I can't separate out the risk of the consumer does not pay their credit card bill, and the merchant gets the money regardless of that. Like I said, independent of chargebacks and all this other stuff.
Pull that microphone to you a little bit closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time just
Yeah, we're working on getting an additional mic, but
getting to the core of the risk question here on this.
so I speak Todd, so I'm going to help.
Okay.
I mean, he's my friend. Look, it's a great language to learn. I encourage everyone. I think what he's trying to get at is, for you as the processor in this space, what is the risk associated for the actualization of the funds to be authorized to go to where it ends up? Is that what you're saying? What is the risk that has to do with that amount on the tax? Is that risk the same amount, which is, does the consumer pay the bill? Like, that's a risk that you're doing because you have funded the merchant. They've received a large portion of the money. The state has then received a portion of money. What are you doing to calculate risk? Is that risk what is driving the price of that fee for the merchant services? That's, I think, what he's trying to get at. Is that how you're pricing it? Or do you have an idea of what that risk is? And I don't think the industry calculates the risk separate between price and tax currently. They price volume of transactions in total. Is that a fair statement?
That wasn't a correct translation of Toddisms. but-
Darn.
Okay,
Okay, Todd 101.
okay. I'll say it a different way. Is it fair to say the government has no risk? I mean, limited risk. I guess the merchant couldn't pay. But in terms of the 5 of you or the 6 of you, is it fair to say they had the least risk? They're getting their money, right? And if they don't get their money, they have literally the Attorney General's office and a variety of different 3-letter acronyms to come after a bunch of different people who don't have the authority of the state to get that money. Is that a fair statement? I mean, guys, I'm not doing a gotcha here. Is it fair to say the government has the least amount of risk out of all those parties?
I don't know. I might defer to the Department of Revenue's audit bill. I'm not trying to fight with you here. on this.
Mr. Chairman, we're good.
It's okay. Do you want to answer his question? I think you did, but nobody could hear you because the mic was on the other side.
I mean, I would agree with that. As far
Okay.
as the risk itself, the whole $107 sits with, most part with the issuer. Now, not get into chargebacks, but most of it's going to be with the issuer,
Okay.
not paying the bill or whatever the case may be.
Okay. Todd, Representative Jones, would it be beneficial for us to have while we're in committee today, to have the Department of Revenue let us know how much of the sales taxes that they have to audit to go collect from the industry? That means that they probably will eventually get it. Or potentially, I know of a business that during the Great Recession owed a lot of money, and they filed bankruptcy and the state did not get that money. So it doesn't mean they're going to get 100% of it all the time in every scenario, but they are probably going to get the majority of it most of the time. But it's a fair question to ask Department of Revenue if you want a specific answer.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I somewhat disagree with you. The first gentleman said he's been in this industry for 30 years. The next gentleman says that he's the Government Affairs for Global Payments, a large publicly traded organization. To ask a general question regarding where risk lies, and I'll just say the transaction, I just don't believe this is anything, that literally anyone who's been in the industry for just, I would suggest 6 months, would be able to just give me just a very quick, hey, look, the merchant holds this risk because of this, the issuer holds this risk because of this, the association holds this, and the state holds this. This is not rocket science, sir. And I'm significantly disappointed in the fact that we're trying to parse everything that I'm saying when I'm literally just trying to get at where does risks lie on each one of those parties, and where the government, let's face it, I don't believe the government holds as much risk as those other parties. But at the end of the day, sir, I'm fine, and I don't need anything else from these two witnesses.
But
sir.
I did try to address the question because I said there are multiple levels of risk. And every time I pointed out a risk, it got parsed out and said, well, I'm not talking about that one. So I feel like I did try to answer the question. I apologize if I don't have the information right here with me on that. But I think the point is there are multiple levels of risk here depending on where you are in the transaction.
Right. And I would agree that the overall industry, and as somebody who's been doing what I do for 26 years, and I've been a consumer, my mom would say all 46 years of my life, I understand that the government in almost all types of tax collection have the least amount of risk because they have the authority of the state or the federal constitution. So if the point is that they have the least risk, I don't think that that's up for debate at this current juncture, but it's a fair point. And I think you have agreed with that, and I think agree with that in general, but don't know that you want to negate other risks that we're not currently discussing.
Well, I think the statement was made, and I wrote it down, that the government has no risk. I disagreed with that proposition.
Okay. Okay, fair discussion. All right, thank you very much for your question. Now, I'm going to open it up we have a couple minutes. Does anybody else have any question? All right, thank you, vote, for contributing. I do have a quick announcement. I want to give a shout out right quick to a gentleman. I believe he may be with us. He has given a book to all the committee members. Barry McCarthy, CEO of Deluxe, is here. We appreciate this. He has spent a lot of time, so much time, that he has written a book about the payment world, and I'm going to let him just say a thank you. We didn't have time to have him as a panelist today, but he did want to just give a shout out and thank you for the book.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to be part of this broader discussion. Currently, as you know, I serve as the president and CEO of a 110-year-old company called Deluxe. We're traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We're also a payment processor. I currently also serve as the chairman of the Transaction Processors Coalition, and previously served separately as the chairman of both the Technology Association of Georgia and FinTech Atlanta. I know you're on a quest for information, and we salute you for that. As you meet folks and learn more about our industry, please remember there are over 70 companies here in Georgia in our industry employing over 35,000 Georgians, and together we make each other better. Georgia is a very vibrant marketplace and is one of the many reasons Georgia continues to be the #1 state in the country to do business, and it's part of the reason we brought so many of our employees to the state. But Deluxe is just one story. We support lots of small businesses. In fact, we support 4 million small businesses, many of them here in Georgia, and 4,000 financial institutions.
Thank you very much. I
Appreciate your
appreciate
time.
that. And I hope you all have a good day. And if you want to enjoy the book, enjoy the book. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Now we're going to move on to our banks and credit unions. If everybody is still good to go. Anybody need a restroom break? Are we good? Let's keep plowing ahead. All right. I like it. So at this time, I'd like to ask Trip Cofield from the Georgia Bankers Association, Lori Godfrey from the Community Bankers Association from Georgia, and Sydney Searle from Georgia Credit Union to come on up. And for now, apologies, we only have one mic for y'all to share, so hopefully that will be okay. All right. We'll get going. Trip, I'll let you lead us off, and then I don't know who wants to go next, but you guys decide amongst yourselves. Thank you very much. Oh, there we go.
On now? Good. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Trip Cofield. I'm president of the Georgia Bankers Association. We represent the 190 commercial banks doing business in the state of Georgia. Most of our members are small community banks. We also represent regional banks and some of the larger globally active banks doing business in the state of Georgia. I'm going to let my two colleagues here, peers, introduce themselves before we go any further.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lori Godfrey. I am Chief of Staff with Community Bankers Association. We represent 121 community banks here in Georgia, and community banks are the lifeblood of our Georgia communities, and without them, the small businesses would not be where they are today. So this is a vital topic and very important topic for our banks and for their customers.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Sydney Searle. I'm the Chief Advocacy Officer with the Georgia Credit Union Association. I know it's weird to see credit unions and banks at the same table, but that just shows how important this issue is to our members. So the Georgia Credit Union Association represents 82 credit unions who serve 2.2 million Georgians who choose credit unions as their financial services provider, often in partnership with our banks and community banks here. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning and just have this important conversation, as it means a lot to our members and our ability to continue to serve the underserved of Georgia.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to proceed with some prepared remarks. If it's good with you. All right. So the Georgia Bankers Association was behind the legislation passed by the General Assembly in 1987, which resulted in 7 of the 10 payment card transactions being processed right here in the state of Georgia. So the payment card networks are important to us, and we're happy to share some thoughts as you all assess the impact of electronics transactions costs on merchants and consumers. In the interest of time, I'll restrict my remarks to the first of the 2 areas of focus the committee was charged to consider, and that's whether the merchant discount fee should be imposed on the state tax portion of the transaction. Others are better informed to comment on the second focus, which is the impact interchange fees on the tax portions of transactions have on businesses that collect those taxes for the state of Georgia. In short, we believe merchant discount fees should be applied to the entire transaction, including the sales tax portion. There's a cost to process transactions that must be covered. At the first study committee meeting, payment experts explained how the complex interconnected network works and how the interest of all parties to card transactions are balanced when interchange rates are set. Interchange is the most significant component of the merchant discount fee. Most of the interchange fees goes to the bank or credit union that issues the consumer's card, and we represent the issuing banks and credit unions, which are taking on the risk of issuing those cards, extending credit, funding the transactions, and servicing customer accounts. If the merchant accepting the consumer's credit or debit card does not cover its share of the cost of processing the entire transaction, including the sales tax, then that uncovered cost will be shifted to one of the other parties in the transaction: the bank issuing the consumer's card, the merchant's bank, the credit card processing company, or the card network. We also don't believe it would be appropriate for the General Assembly to intervene in the contracts between private sector participants in this space. Those contracts currently call for processing the entire transaction, including the sales tax portion, and should remain intact to prevent unnecessary credit card processing system disruption. The committee was also asked to consider the effects of electronic transaction costs on consumers. In our free enterprise system, businesses selling products and services include all of their costs when setting their prices. The cost of accepting credit cards is already built into the price of goods sold by merchants. A convenience fee may also be assessed to cover those costs, and as we heard at the last meeting, many merchants are doing just that. The merchants are relieved of the cost of processing the sales tax portion of transactions. Another entity will bear those costs. Again, whether that's a consumer's card issuing bank, the merchant's bank, the processing company, or the card network, their fees would, by necessity, increase to cover those costs. So the bottom line is we don't see any benefit to the consumers from such a move. Our industry is asked to provide services to the state for which we're either not compensated or minimally compensated. So we certainly understand the merchants' desire to have their costs covered when they collect and remit sales tax for the state. In 2022, the legislature passed a bill requiring banks and credit unions to build out a computer system to respond to requests from the Revenue Department looking for delinquent taxpayer accounts that could be seized. For years, our members have responded to state requests to find the accounts of those who are delinquent on their child support payments. The legislature has also made us mandatory reporters of suspected elderly financial fraud abuse. The study committee believes merchants should be more fairly compensated for collecting and remitting sales tax. A recommendation could be made to increase the vendor compensation being paid to merchants by the state. We certainly hope you won't recommend a change to the seamless, globally connected card processing network to split transactions as a way to compensate merchants. Thank you for allowing us to speak this morning. We'd be happy to take questions.
All right. Are you all ready for questions? Does anybody have any additional comments you want to make? Okay, good. I think this will be a good time. And I think many of the questions that were asked by committee members earlier can continue to be asked of these panelists. So I will open up for questions. And before I take the first question, just FYI, that amicus brief that I mentioned earlier, it has been emailed to each of you. So should that be of interest to you as we deliberate, you should have that available in your emails. So any questions for the banks and credit unions? All right. Oh, okay. Ms. Representative Terry, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just a little bit curious. You were going really fast.
I
And,
apologize.
I heard you mention in 1987 and in 2022, two pieces of legislation that were passed that I guess benefited banks. But then you also said that the government shouldn't interfere in purchases in the process. I'm not sure if I got that right. And I just wanted to know if you kind of clarify.
Sure. I was referencing in 1987, really legislation that created what we have today in terms of Georgia, what most folks would call transactionality. So created the card network processing rails. Most of those transactions, 7 in 10 globally now, are processed in the state of Georgia. There's legislation passed by the General Assembly in 1987 that created that environment. With respect to the intervention in the contracts, I was referencing contracts between issuing banks and networks and merchants and acquiring banks, and all the various players in the payments ecosystem have contracts that set the rules for payment transactions and the terms that lay out how much interchange fees are going to be and merchant discount fees, things like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Representative Todd Jones.
Let's try this again. You didn't say your college football team, though. What is that?
Didn't say my college football team. Well, I live in Madison, Georgia, so fairly close to University of Georgia. If I'm going to cheer for one, it's going to be them. But I went to Valdosta State University. So
Oh,
go
I like
Blazers, I
Valdosta
guess.
State.
Yeah,
Great program.
great program.
Yeah,
Very
fun
good
place to
program.
watch a game.
That's exactly right.
Okay, great. All right. I'll phrase it slightly different. I'm not here. I want to be clear. I'm not trying to get you some gotcha moment. This isn't Congress, okay, where they're all trying to find a TikTok moment, okay? There's 14 people watching this. So just trying to get to the net of this, okay? I mean, I'm not Senator Cotton, okay? Here we go. Are you ready? And I know there's exceptions to every rule, okay? I know that, okay? And I'm fine with you even clarifying your question going, generally speaking, and I'm fine with that, okay? Trust me, 236 members of the General Assembly are not going to watch this video, okay? We have $100 sale. We're going to assume a 7% tax rate. We're going to assume 3% is the credit card fee for total fees, okay? Total fees, everything all in. Okay. So can we all agree that's $7 and that's $6.79? Okay. All right. Good. Got it. I don't mean to sound like I'm being condescending, but this just seems to be rocket science considering I'm being told that all of you have decades of experience. Let's just use the chargeback example. Okay. So I won't give you the general risk question because that seemed to be a PhD level question. So let's just use the chargeback question. And we'll use one of our retailers here. We'll use Home Depot, just because they're based here. Okay. $100. The widget got given to the customer. They charge back, or they claim, they need to charge back. It's approved. How about this? It's not approved. Walk me through, or walk the committee through what happens at that point. That's all I'm asking. A regular transaction, customer paid their bill, everyone did everything they're supposed to do. So in the perfect world, which I do believe is the vast majority of the time, the customer pays their bill, the retailer gives the widget, everyone's happy. Just like your other two witnesses said, the rails have been achieved and literally commerce is moving. So in that scenario, what happens? I got to believe this is a pretty simple answer.
So I will take a stab at that.
Okay.
And I will first share that we actually have an issue expert in the room who has decades of experience.
Okay.
Banks, credit unions,
Okay.
Fiserv, other card
Yep.
services, who can give you a specific answer to chargebacks that I know will blow me out of the water.
Fine. Let's just go with everything worked as it's supposed to go. They walked in. I don't think a lawnmower is $100 anymore, but they walked in and bought fertilizer for $100. They got their fertilizer. They paid their bill. Home Depot got their funding from whoever it is, the processing, you name it, everything worked perfectly. Just, can you walk the committee through what happened? Just generally speaking, 30,000 foot level.
Well, I can speak on behalf of a card issuer, which
Fine.
is what a credit union and a bank
Okay.
is. That's
Thanks.
that's the role we get to play in this very complicated process. We guarantee funds at point of sale. No questions asked. That is how the process works. That is what has worked for decades and decades. That is what we do as card issuers. And that's why I think you see such sensitivity from the card issuer community, because we're guaranteeing that point of sale, which is what makes the world go round in the realm of payments. And so at the end of the day, that specific transaction for the fertilizer for the lawnmower might go through. What we're seeing on our end too, sometimes is they might still call their credit union and say, well, that wasn't me.
Right.
And then there's a step and there's processes that they have to go
We'll
through.
get to that in 1 second. I promise. I'm going to give you the opportunity to give all the exceptions, but in the rule, which I got to believe is 90% plus, you pay. I mean, I'm just going through this. Home Depot gets their money.
We issue the
Right.
funds, we
Exactly.
guarantee payment.
Exactly. So they get, out of the 100, they get 97. Of the 7, they get 679, and everyone just moves along their merry way, correct? And we're going to assume Home Depot pays the state of Georgia the tax.
We hope.
Well, yeah, no, but I said, everything works the way it's supposed to work. Is that a fair statement?
I think that in that scenario, you're probably right. I know, but
Okay.
the steps that go into this process are so critically important
Sure.
in the vetting and the back end and the verifying and the auditing that has to follow.
Understood.
So in that A to B to C process, I think you're speaking accurately. There is a lot more though that we as a financial institution see
Mhm.
later on in the process that can be very very challenging to run a business. So at the appropriate time, I would love to speak to some of the impacts on fraud and chargebacks at the appropriate time in this process.
I'll delay my last question while the lady can give us that wisdom.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear it. Go ahead and give me an example.
Okay.
The committee, not just me.
Yes, to the whole committee. So one of these, this is not the first time we've been at the table in one of these conversations. This is a topic that we have navigated at the state level, at the federal level for 15, 20 years, long before I was here. And it has continued to be a topic of conversation. And part of the reason why you see a financial institution and an association who represents them get so frustrated and feel so passionate is because oftentimes we run these programs at a loss. So when we're talking interchange fees, you're right, it is a percentage of the transaction. It could be pennies. Oftentimes, last committee, we talked about surcharges, where you see a 3% charge on the bill. That is way far and above what a financial institution is receiving in terms of an interchange fee. It's a small, small portion of the transaction. To give you an example, without naming any names, since it is proprietary information, a small to medium institution saw $86,000, received $86,000 in interchange fees. 25% of that ended up being fraudulent. Those are real numbers for a not-for-profit financial institution who depends on non-interest income sources. That's real money. And it's a real impact to be able to run these programs. So when we talk about the interchange fee, when we talk about fraud, that is one example of a small to medium-sized institution who's depending on those sources to provide funds and to provide secure transactions. So I just wanted to share that. That's why we continue to share these passionate responses and presentations, because we can get in the details and we're happy to do that. We have experts who can speak to it much more accurately than I can, but I just want to share that on behalf of credit unions and banks and community banks. This is a real impact on how we run our businesses, and we are small businesses. So I just would urge the committee to remember that as we have this conversation.
Mr. Chairman, can I do my last question?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I don't want to be in. Anyone have any color to add to the lady's
Sure.
comments?
No, I mean, you back to your original example, Home Depot gets the fertilizer, customer gets the fertilizer. Home Depot gets the money. The bank also extends credit, or the financial institution extends credit there to the consumer and that. So that's all I would add.
And in a perfect world, right, 30 days from now, wherever the due date is, they get paid their $107, assuming that's the only thing on their credit card statement. No, I'm being serious. I'm not trying to do a gotcha here. I'm just, look, guys, there's a disconnect that I have in my mind regarding risk. Okay. And there just seems to be a misunderstanding in terms of, at least for me, I know I can't grapple with the risk right now versus the reward on sales tax. I get it on, I'll say, the $100. I don't see it on the $7 in terms of the risk and reward balance. Okay. However, that stated, my wife and I went for a walk last night. I slapped $100 in my pocket. I walked up to the restaurant we were going to go to, and right on the front door, it says cashless. Okay. That says a lot. That means that company has made the decision. I'll take the transaction fees for whatever reason. And that's their business decision. I don't want to get in the middle of business. And thank God I had Apple Pay on my watch, or that we weren't going to be eating there. But at the end of the day, when I look at chargebacks and I start reading some of the data, and if you want to bring up your issues expert, I'm fine with that. And I'm sure he or she is going to be literally 10 times more, I'll say, learned on chargebacks than I am. But when I start reading the data, and trust me, several of the people in this audience have sent me on both sides. Okay. So I have the benefit of having both. It seems as if, and again, this is just mine, and I'd like to hear the issues expert. When that is charged back, okay, to the benefit of the consumer still has the fertilizer. So Home Depot is out the fertilizer. And I know it didn't cost them $100. I don't know what it cost them. It didn't cost them $100. They're a for-profit company, but they're also out the $7 that they had to pay. And in this case, they didn't really get $7 back from this whole transaction. They got $6.79. So in a sense, every time they sell something in Georgia, they're just adding that to the state of Georgia. Now, we can all argue whether or not that's fair or not, or whether or not that's distributed. But that risk part on a chargeback doesn't follow my logic regarding risk reward the way that the $100 follows risk reward. So could you bring your issues expert up and answer that question for me?
Certainly. If you want to stand at the
I'm sorry, I don't mean to
podium,
kick
okay?
anyone out. I'm just,
Yeah. And then if you want to introduce yourself and tell us who you're with, and apparently it's a prerequisite who you're rooting for every Saturday. And then I'm just kidding. I'm very interested. So
You're interested in who I'm voting for on Saturday?
which team you're rooting for? We're not going to talk about who we're voting for.
then people will watch this video.
Yeah. Oh, and I have to do this, y'all. I get to correct Todd. He's going to correct me later, but there are 35 people watching, Todd. They heard you were here today. They're watching.
I think 14.
I'm in a unique situation because I split down the household. I went to Shorter College, graduated from Shorter College. I thought my oldest daughter was going to go to UGA, but she surprised me and went to Clemson. And not only did I put her through 1 degree there, I put her through 2 degrees there. So I'm married to a diehard Georgia Bulldog, but I paid a lot of money to Clemson. So figure out where I fall in.
I understand.
So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Tammy Daniels, and I represent Georgia United Credit Union. I began my career in 1987, and I have served in national, regional, community bank space, and now credit union space. In 2018, I joined Fiserv as a senior service executive in their card service division, where I supported community banks and credit unions card programs. In 2020, I had an opportunity to go back to what I originally started my career in, and I joined Georgia United Credit Union as the Vice President of Service Operations, and now I serve as the Senior Vice President of Global Payments for the credit union.
Okay.
Okay. I was prepared today to take you through the life cycle of a chargeback from the perspective of a credit union or an issuer. And I can go through that life cycle, or I can answer your question, whichever you prefer.
Let's start with answering the committee member's question.
Okay.
And then if you want to give us a general chargeback scenario and let us understand it from the issuing bank, and then what happens to the merchant that is involved with that process.
Okay. So in the example of the fertilizer purchase, it's going to depend on whether or not the cardholder files a dispute on that transaction. And it also is going to depend on how that transaction was authorized. Was it a card present, pin and chip, or a signature transaction present? Or was it an online purchase, which we all know most of us do online purchases because it's very easy to have it shipped to our house. So if it was a pin and chip transaction, as Sydney said, we're guaranteeing that transaction from a financial institution. So they walk out, they take the fertilizer, the merchant receives the revenue because we're going to send them that revenue. Then the cardholder disputes the transaction. There are no chargeback rights on that type of transaction if it's a card present pin and chip transaction. So under regulations, we, the issuer, are going to make our member or cardholder whole. We're going to give them the money back on that fraud transaction, and we're going to take that as a loss. That'll be written off as a loss to us. If that was an online purchase, it depends on how the transaction was authorized. If it was authorized through a secured network, and most of our merchants do participate in secured networks, which adds a layer of additional security and technology on top of that transaction. It is a network secured transaction, and we would not have any chargeback rights on that. So again, the institution, the issuer, would take the loss on that transaction, while the cardholder would be made whole, and the merchant would still maintain the revenue from that sale.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask a follow-up?
Sure.
First,
Certainly.
thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate you being clear, concise, and just answering the question. Give me an example. I'll give the committee an example where the merchant, I appreciate where the financial institution has taken the burden. Now give me an example, or us an example of when the merchant takes, I'll say, the hit.
Okay. For card not present transactions, that is more of the risk for the merchant side for card not present transaction if they're not going through a secured network. An example of that would be the member disputes the transaction. Let's just say it was a card not present transaction. Card holder comes in and said, I don't know what this transaction is. I didn't do that. It didn't go through the secured network. We would submit through the networks a chargeback request. The merchant would have to respond to that chargeback request. If the merchant was not in the secured network, they didn't have the security layers on top of that, maybe they didn't verify the zip code or some of the additional security measures that issuers ask for, they would be liable for that transaction, and we would receive the chargeback rights.
Could you tell me and clarify, isn't there a statute that requires that to be done within a certain period of time of the filing of the dispute?
It does, and it's generally 45 days, but it can stretch out to 90 days based on the length of time that the account has been opened.
All right. And then are there processes to which the merchant has the ability to prevent that chargeback by providing clarification that they did follow the procedures in order to prevent a chargeback to
Yes.
their account?
There are, a merchant can submit documentation to the network. For example, let's just say that they have completed purchases to this cardholder before and they've shipped X amount of purchases to this address and they can prove it. They are providing the compelling evidence. So therefore, the merchant would not be liable for that transaction.
So that's part of the reason it's not instantaneous chargeback. It's not within 24 hours of the issuance. There is a process that both the issuing bank, typically a private entity, and then the merchant, typically a private entity, have an opportunity to go through a resolution
Yes.
process, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
and there's also a process called pre-arbitration and arbitration. So if the merchant and the issuer cannot come to an agreement, that is when the network steps in. There are fees involved for that. The processor I am currently with charges $500 for an arbitration. And we submit our evidence on both sides, and then they would make the final decision. And whoever who was not found in favor would be liable for the arbitration costs.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Sure. Yeah. And
You-
this
you-
is going to be the last one for now because we got two more from other members.
Okay.
But
You kept referencing an unsecured versus a secure network. I'm going to assume our larger businesses all run over a secure. I can't fathom that not being the case. So let's shift to small very, very quickly to the chairman's point. When we think of maybe, I know that there's a significant amount of, First Data, Global Payments, you name it, type resellers that go ahead and sell to our small businesses to be able to take cards. Then, of course, we have the Squares of the world that allow you to take cards. And I believe at this point, PayPal's doing it, Venmo, the whole crew. Is it fair to say that all of them are effectively offering a secure network for these small businesses to run over, or are any of them offering an unsecure option, which I can't fathom that's the case, but I just want to confirm it for the committee.
In my experience, they are given the option to participate in secured networks.
Okay.
That's my experience.
And generally speaking, is it fair to say that they're choosing the secure option?
From what I'm seeing, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
okay, great question. So I'm going to go to Kevin Carroll on 18, and then I'll come to you, Representative Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple clarifying questions. Love the detail. It's what I live every day in my life.
Thank you.
By secure network, what we're meaning is it's not MasterCard and Visa. It's an additional service MasterCard and Visa offer and charge for to make it secure. It's
It
not as if MasterCard is and Visa isn't and anything like that. It's an additional service that's purchased.
Yes,
And you gave great clarity on PIN and chip, which is for debit cards only, meaning funds are directly coming out of someone's checking account. And then online transactions, card not present. One thing we didn't talk about was credit card transactions. So credit card transactions aren't chip and PIN. They can be used online, but a good portion of transactions are credit cards that are present. I'm physically showing you my credit card. You have chargeback rights on all those transactions. And depending on the dollar level, people obviously split. I know $100, I'm probably going on my credit card, right? Whatever else may be on my debit card. Additionally, the ever-growing number of tap transactions from your phone. Even though you've put your card in your wallet, and when you do the transaction, you verify it with your biometrics, your face, that's a card not present transaction that you have chargeback rights on. So what percent of transactions in the credit union space are chip and PIN? But we won't talk about online, right? That's different. But let's talk about you're physically at a merchant purchasing something. You have an idea of what percent of your transactions are chip and PIN in which the merchant, no matter what, gets funds versus other ones that are chargeback?
That's not something our members typically share with us. That's more proprietary type information, but I think the modern consumer these days is certainly shifting more towards that. And I also wanted to make the point that there's still an interchange fee involved, even if you're using your watch, your phone,
Oh, absolutely.
whatever.
Yeah.
So I know that came up with your Apple Watch, and I I've used that myself a few times, but always making sure we're keeping secure transactions. But to answer your point, that's proprietary information that we don't typically receive from our members.
Okay, so that from your experience with the processor historically, I'm not sure how far removed from processing you are, but in general, what percent of transactions you see that were credit card versus PIN debit transactions?
I don't have that data with me
Okay.
today. I could.
Because just trying to get a scale of,
Yeah.
we're talking about chargebacks. I don't want it to lean that it is more, it's 50-50, it's 70-30, whatever it is, just trying to get a scale on that. And then when a chargeback is submitted, what percent do you win? Depending on which industry study you want to look at, issuer wins 60%, right? 57, depending on what number you want to win. Every time you submit a chargeback, how many times do you win? And then I'll talk about the risk factor within that as well for a merchant.
Good.
Guess that's coming to me again. Again, it just depends. It depends on the study. Like you said, it depends on the type of transaction. It depends on the industry. It depends on the region. It depends on a lot of things. And chargebacks, thank you, Tammy, for speaking so eloquently to this point. We really appreciate it. I knew she would. I'm here to speak on behalf of credit unions and our members.
Okay.
Our biggest focus is what we see in terms of fraud and what we have to take care of. In the case of that issue, we're going to take care of our members for the whole transaction, whether they're sales tax, not sales tax, what the percentage is. So that's all I can say about that.
Okay, understood.
Trip, you want to take a stab at?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't have access to that information either. We can certainly try to find that for you, but same thing us. We're on the hook for the entirety of the transaction there. We're guaranteeing payment on that. When it comes to chargebacks, it really depends on a number of factors, as you've heard, but I don't know the exact percentages there.
Okay, and then I guess I'm gonna make a statement about chargebacks and let me know if I'm incorrect in some space. And we'll talk about when issuer wins a chargeback. It's not a credit card, it's the $107. 30 days later, they look at their credit card statement. Wait, I didn't do that, right? Which is typical. I know I've done that. Call up, file the chargeback. It is determined that it's fraud, whatever it is, the merchant loses. So it's 30 days later, the merchant has given out the goods and service. They've paid the interchange, they've paid the tax to the state. Chargeback comes in, funds are taken from the merchant until the chargeback is decided. So that $107 is again taken from the merchant, right? So they can give it back to the issuer. And the merchant loses. All $107 goes back to the issuer. The interchange fees are gone. And there's no revenue for the merchant. So they've paid the state $7 in tax for something that was sold, lack of a better term, illegally, because it was fraud. And the merchant is out that additional money, as well as the interchange paid on that money.
So yes, but let me clarify.
Sure.
So when the cardholder files the dispute, there are timelines that institutions, issuers have to meet. So within 10 days, we have to either resolve that dispute or we have to provisionally credit the member. And in many cases, we cannot resolve it within 10 days. So we, as an issuer, debit a GL, and we credit that member and we give them their money back while we're holding it, while we do the, the
Business choice to keep your customer, retain it. We all do those kind of things. Absolutely.
So, but there's also back-end process operational costs for us as the issuer. We're having to do our research, we're submitting to our network, we're requesting information. So
Yeah.
there's costs for all of us involved in that.
Absolutely. The same thing on the merchant side, right? Filing the $25 fee to fight the chargeback, research, pull up copies of receipts, research or addresses sent to. Everyone has back office processes that we have as a cost of doing business for that. Completely agree with that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And then additionally, we got just beforehand, comments submitted in writing, which I presume gets put into the record.
Yeah, is this comments that are in your folder? Or is this?
In the folder.
Yeah, so just for all the committee members, if you haven't taken notice, we have letters of information and testimonials from the National Federation of Independent Business. And we also have some comments from Georgia Dome Credit Union. Brandy Bickle, thank you for providing that to the committee members. I'm an imperfect person and I'm a chairman that has a problem being a Rotarian. I try to be fair to all concerns. I want to make sure that we have as many people provide their insight and input. We don't have the time to allow, all 190 banks and, 102 credit union, whatever the number of credit unions. I don't know that number. I should know that. I have more to learn, but my point is if there's other information, if you're here to provide, just get with myself or David at the break, to provide to committee members. So yeah, that testimony's in there. Thank you for pointing that out, Kevin. Do you mind if I ask a question?
Please, go right ahead.
Of
Thank you,
her?
Mr. Chairman.
So, we've had a good understanding of the business environment of commerce in Georgia and what the value to both consumers, the banks, and the merchants receive by living in an ecosystem that, quite frankly, runs the lion's share of this business. 70% of cards being processed in Georgia. So we are a crucial part of that overall ecosystem. One of the things that I want to at least acknowledge, and I know there are people who have differing opinions, that's fine. But in that transaction where we discuss the $100, or if we round that up to $3,000 so that we can make it understandable as it relates to vendor comp, there is a piece that the state of Georgia has seen value in supporting business to do their filings of those sales tax returns to ensure that the state does receive their anticipated revenue. The merchant has most generally a willingness to comply, and there's been a determination to come up with, this is an amount of money that we could have asked you to pay in sales tax, but we're going to reduce the amount that we require if you file it and pay it on time, which comes out of that piece and goes toward that 21 cents in your $100 comparison. So I don't know the math right now. My dad would be disappointed in me. I stayed up way too much last night reading that amicus brief. So I don't know the math on that, but I'm going to get to it. The other thing that I've asked, just for the committee members' knowledge, we did have some good conversation as it relates to vendor comp from the Department of Revenue last time. I think they had made a comment that the typically that banks and credit unions take most of the fraud hit. That is not an 100% correct statement because it did not give consideration to the chargeback piece. So I want to be honest with all parties that both the banking industry and the retailers have an interest in reducing all fraud so that they can empower their employees to have good, solid transactions at retailers, and that banks are not getting caught up by schemers that are out there trying to, take advantage of both the banking industry and the retailers in this state. And I will tell you, one of the things I want our committee members to think about is what I've heard from law enforcement as it relates to when there are truly fraudulent situations happening in which they are a part of an ecosystem of larger criminal activity, that they're using banks and credit unions, oftentimes smaller ones and smaller retailers, to take advantage. And police officers in local municipalities and counties, they don't have time, manpower to go after a $700 theft at the local hardware store through a fraudulent transaction where the local bank is impacted. That is an issue that this state has only seen get worse over the last decade. And I hope our committee can think about what can we do to recommend, not directly related to this committee, but it is a component that's impacting business in Georgia that costs banks, credit unions, and retailers. And I think that the discussion of chargebacks and the discussion of the risk that you have with issuing money immediately and then dealing with some of those having fraud tied to it, understand that there's a cost associated with doing business, and we're trying to reduce that cost for all parties. But I want to make sure, and I'm not throwing Department of Revenue in the bus, I think it was the way the question was asked, when it is truly a fraud situation and there is not a chargeback opportunity, that is the percent that the banks and credit unions take a hit on. But there are some situations that retailers face that cost through chargeback. So I really appreciate the input that's been provided there. So I don't know what happened with my screen, but I go to sleep. Okay. Nobody else there did. I'm going to turn over now to the question for Rep. Cummings real quick.
Actually, between the four of you, my question was answered.
Okay. See? That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Now, Kevin, did you have any other additional clarifications?
Yeah, just looking for opinion, just clarification on not what they submitted, but from
Sure.
what was submitted.
Sure.
Just from my understanding, I just want to, and you probably don't even know what it says, right? But it just says here, one part was submitted, goes into defining what interchange is, And for clarity, it says the issuer receives part of the interchange. Issuer receives 100% of interchange. There are other fees, network fees that apply, but issuers receive 100% of interchange. Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
And then it also goes into not this specific topic, but reduction of interchange over time, caps on interchange. I'm going to make an assumption, correct me. The vast, vast majority of institutions you represent are under $10 billion. So neither the Durbin Amendment, which does have a cap on debit interchange, nor, as mentioned here, the Credit Card Competition Act, which only puts caps on fees for institutions 100 billion or more. There is no regulatory federal level anywhere else that is going to reduce published interchange that you guys have right now.
Was that a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that
Okay.
I'm understanding correctly from
Sure.
your perspective.
Well, I think as we know with anything that our lovely federal leaders do, there are often trickle-down effects. And we have only, I can count on one hand, the number of credit unions left who are able to offer debit card rewards programs due to the Durbin Amendment that went into effect years and years ago. So that's old news, but just, we don't want to set the precedent here. And that's all I'd like to say about that. Thank
But
you.
if your interchange wasn't impacted by Durbin, how does Durbin impact the ability to offer rewards? Because the cap was 10 billion or more, and if your institution isn't impacted by the cap, I get the value prop of debit rewards. I worked at small credit unions, large banks. I understand the value prop you have to create, but Durbin specifically, you didn't have an impact from it.
We did. For some of our members, we certainly did, but there's not a direct impact there on certain smaller who below that threshold, but there is an indirect impact in that they're all competing together for the same customers. So.
Right, so the larger institutions that have caps on interchange, your revenue wasn't impacted by Durbin saying you can now only receive 24 point whatever cents. You still receive the higher amounts that were published. Because Durbin only
I
impacts
think we're getting a
10%.
little over our skis here, but if we are going to talk about that, I would like to draw attention to the fact that cost did not go down for consumers. So for the point of this committee where we keep talking about financial institutions and merchants and processors, let's also remember consumers, and there were no
Absolutely.
benefits to consumers. I know we're getting way out of our ski here, Mr. Chairman. It's a
I know, I'm
federal
loving
issue.
it. This is my world, as he said
Yes.
earlier. Like, This
So-
is, it,
No,
look,
I
this is
completely agree.
important because in the banking industry and in the retail industry, in business, you pull one lever, it pushes another.
Yep.
Right?
Sure does.
And this is what we're always in constant, consternation about, as when the federal government makes certain decisions with what is a negotiated intent, there are consequences and negative impacts ultimately that go all the way down to the average Georgian, the average American.
Absolutely.
And so I think Tripp seems to be itching to respond a little bit,
Well, that's
just to clarify.
I did know. I mean, again, we have members on both sides of that, above and below that threshold. They're all competing for the same customers. So there was an impact there. When you cap something like that, certainly it impacts
Right.
revenue.
So,
And when revenue, and I mean, that's what the OCC brief that talks about the Illinois case says. If you end up capping or exempting certain things like this, it's going to be merchants and consumers who pay for these things. It reduced services and higher cost is what ends up happening. Same thing happened in the wake of Durbin, and the Federal Reserve is involved in that, has studies that says as much.
I completely agree. Just as interchange is one cost of goods sold, if other costs of goods sold go up exponentially, but interchange is reduced, it's a balance. Everybody has cost of goods sold, cost to produce plastic. Chip cards are more expensive than non-chip cards. That all plays into it. And that's why we're all concerned with the consumer, because the fees impact what we have to charge consumers on a day-to-day basis. If we are offset some of our costs by the government gets their money from consumers. If it's simply, though, the answer is simply have the government give more money, well, you're simply still taking money out of the consumer's pocket because all funding for the government comes from the consumer. We don't want that either. Our concern is the consumer and what they have to pay. Be it direct in our location or overall cost of living in a state.
I want to ask this question. I want to make sure you're finished.
I'm sure most people are happy that I'm done.
No. I think you brought some good discussion to the table. All right, we use the example, and I agree with Chairman Todd Jones with the 3% number as a good number to kind of look at. But as far as after the fees and after all of the things, what is the actual percentage that the issuing industry in Georgia as far as banks and credit unions. I've heard some different numbers. Can you guys clarify? I mean, I've heard 1.7, I've heard 1.9, I've heard 2.3. What is the number in Georgia?
Sure. I think the average right now is 1.8. It's been 1.8 since 2017. Before that, it was 1.7 was the
Okay.
average.
So 1.8% is actually what the issuing bank receives after kind of the net effect of all the fees associated with whatever secured network they want to pay for, whatever they end up doing. So that's the actual revenue piece. It's 1.8%. Okay. What is the Federal Reserve's typical trajectory for inflation in the country?
2% target.
Okay. So it's below the target 2%. Okay. What's the average Fed funds yield right now?
4.5%, 5%.
I think so. Yeah. So, is it fair to say that most banks want to go chase a revenue driver of 1.8%? I mean, does anybody in the retailers want to go chase, other than my friends in the poultry industry that sell frozen chicken? They typically get about a 1.8% return on their frozen chicken because they got 7-day float, but that's neither here nor there. But most companies don't drive their revenue goals on something that's going to yield them a 1.8% return.
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. Retailers, same thing for those in the room. I mean, any committee members, is 1.8% something that you're going to put majority? Okay.
Or 30%, right?
Yeah.
So it depends
the
on what
balance.
you sell.
But a component, you wouldn't put all of your eggs in that one basket.
Oh, no, it's,
Okay.
it's just one area we're looking at to reduce costs.
Got it.
Absolutely.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the committee members? Yes. Lori, please. We ain't got to hear from you.
No, I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time to actually study this topic, because when we were, dealing with SB 126, it was just a mess and a lot of facts, and it's hard to understand all parts of the transaction without actually sitting down and having all parties at the table. So it is impactful. It does, impact everybody's business, not just us as an issuing bank, but it is an important topic and a very important part of the ecosystem. And to take the time to thoroughly analyze all aspects of it so that we can make an informed decision is really important from our standpoint. And so I just wanted to say thank you for your time in doing this.
Thank you very much. Did you have any other imparting comments since you came up? And you provided some great chargeback discussion. I'm sure retailers are going to be here, and I want to hear their specific perspective as well. So for the folks that are going to be speaking after lunch, we want to hear that scenario. And it sounds like it's probably going to be very similar, but it's always good to have it from both sides of the coin. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. You guys must have kid stuff like I do tonight. We're moving ahead of schedule, which is fine by me if it's fine with the committee members. So a little housekeeping real quick. We have lunches here, and it is in 5:10, so which is right around the corner, 5:10 for the committee members. Let's do this. It's 11:20. We're 25 minutes ahead. Why don't we kick back here at 12:30? We will start back at 12:30, and we have a good panel of retailers. We're working on getting additional mics since we're going to have more folks. Committee members, please feel free to hang around, talk with folks. For the folks in the audience, please engage if you have specific questions. And again, if there's anybody here that has a letter or information that they want to provide to committee members, just see this gentleman right here, David. Has been helpful. And last, I do have a question into Department of Revenue that I wanted answered, which was, what was the vendor comp prior to the Great Recession? What was that calculation? What did that look like for merchants? Obviously, in terms of dollars, it's different, but I want to know what that calculation was. I do know that during the Great Recession, the state of Georgia, the governor, the legislature had to make really difficult decisions. I think there was a change that impacted retailers in that regard, and I want to find out what that was and let the committee members know that as a part of this component of our discussion. So with that, we will break for lunch, and we'll see you in 5:11 or back here at 12:30. 12:30. Thank you. Yep. Oh, 5:10. Room 510 is lunch. Sorry. All right, let's get going. Here we go. After lunch, as my 8-year-old said this morning, because he has a baseball game tonight. He's like, Dad, we got to get through the day because I got baseball. So let's get through the day. All right. I mean, what matters the most, right? Baseball and PE and lunch. That's my perspective right now. All right, guys. Can somebody reach out to Chairman Jones to find out if he's on his way back? If he's on his way, I'll wait a moment, but I haven't heard if he was not coming or not. I know he confirmed 12:30 with me. Let's see. Okay, good. Yeah, texting. Just one moment. I want to at least give deference to the chairman. Let's do this. He may have been called. I know there's other folks around. We're going to 7 minute stretch, but we'll still move quickly. If he texts me that he's not coming back, then we'll get started. So, T minus 7 minutes. So, talk amongst yourselves, as the pastor says. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. I feel like we need to have the old Braves TBS rain delay, TWIBs or whatnot. That's what I grew up on. Anyway, all right, guys. Thank you very much. We are going to call this study committee back to order. And now we're going to get to hear from some great Georgia realtors. And I want to let the committee know I'm going to let a small business owner that is here via Zoom to speak to us. I'm going to let the NFIB go ahead and introduce himself first, and then we'll call on that small business owner that's going to make some comments. He, like many folks, is running a business, and so we want to let him speak, and then we can have any questions that would be for his type business run through the folks from NFIB. So go ahead, Hunter, if you'll take the mic and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Hunter Loggins. I'm the state director for the National Federation of Independent Business here in Georgia. Got roughly 7,000 members across the state of all different industries. We've got mom and pop restaurants, local hardware stores, even community banks and pharmacies. So a little bit about how we work. We are a one member, one vote organization. So if our members vote to take a stance on an issue, that's why I'm here, and that's why I get engaged. So I want to thank the committee for looking at this issue. Our small businesses need any help they could get. They are dying by a death of 1,000 paper cuts, whether it be inflation, supply chain, workforce shortages, anything and everything. So we appreciate you looking at this in a fair and balanced approach. There is something federally. We are also supporting at NFIB, the Credit Card Competition Act. But as you know, the wheels of Congress turn slowly, and we like to give our folks some relief sooner rather than later. So again, appreciate it. We do have a member online down from Savannah, Mr. Dale Tanner. We appreciate him joining you, but like the chairman said, it's tough for our folks to take 30 minutes out of their day, much less a full committee to speak on the issues. So thanks, Dale, for joining. Go ahead and share your story.
All right, let's make sure we've got him.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you. I
Okay.
don't know that we can see you yet, but I know we can hear you.
Okay. All righty. I'm Dale Tanner. I'm in Savannah, Georgia, and I'm a small business owner. Home Source Rentals is our business. We opened our stores in 1986. So we've been doing it a long time. And in doing the surveys with NFIB, when it came across with credit card processing for us is our fourth largest expense. And it's behind payroll, rent, and inventory. So it's our fourth highest expense in our business. And the reality is any expense that I, as a small business person, have to incur gets passed on to the consumer ultimately. I'm already collecting the sales tax for the state of Georgia, which is just the way the process is. So I'm taking time to collect the money for the state and then remit it. And I don't think there ought to be any additional fees put on that. So credit card processing in general is very expensive, but even that part just makes it that much worse. So those are my thoughts on the matter.
All right, thank you very much, and I'm going to let Hunter have a follow-up.
Dale, if you could just explain briefly to the committee what you could do with any extra funds that could come about by some legislation, reinvest it, hire more workers, and about how much do you think it could impact your day-to-day in the community?
Anything that makes me stronger helps me employ more people. And like I said, the main thing for me, I'm not going to pretend that I'm not a successful business. So, this one expense certainly is not going to put me out of business but what it does is it all in figuring and looking at my business, all of those expenses get passed on to the consumer. So those expenses would be reinvested in the business and make it better for the end consumer.
And from a rent to own business, that could impact low middle class families that are looking to have their first home. And that's just making it longer and longer for them to continue to keep making those payments.
That is correct.
Dale, may I ask you a couple questions? And I know you've got to
Absolutely.
get running your business, so I'm going to open it up to the committee members to ask you a couple questions. But I want to ask this question. Do you mind telling us how many employees that you have? And, you know, if you want to give me and the committee an idea of the size of your company. I mean, small business means a lot of things to a lot of people, but I want to have a good understanding. If you're willing to share with us that detail, that would, I think, give a gauge of kind of what the impact of this is to you and your bottom line.
Certainly. I have 4 stores in the state of Georgia, around in the Savannah area. I've got 24 or 5 employees, which will shrink a little bit depending on time of the year. And our total revenue is approaching 5 million between the 4 stores.
Okay, that's a good idea. That's a good, as a banker, I can picture that in my head now much easier. That is a true, great example of a small business in Georgia. What percentage of your revenue do you derive from your merchant services? And your, like the receipt of credit card, I'm assuming debit card. I don't know if you know that mix, and you don't have to be detailed, but 80%, 90%, what's the percent of your revenue that comes in via credit card?
85% plus.
Okay.
It's, you know, in the old days, you know, you'd make a bank deposit every day, and there's a lot of days where we don't even have a traditional bank deposit. It's all on plastic transactions.
Okay. All right. All right. I appreciate that. Any other committee members have any questions for Mr. Tanner? Oh, I do have one. One moment. Is that Kevin? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Tanner, for taking your time. Just quick question, understanding the costs, 4th highest expense. In addition to that, that's the processing of the transaction. Do you receive a fair amount of chargebacks? And do you win, lose most of those when they come back?
We do receive chargebacks. And it's a very small percentage, so it's not a large percentage, but unfortunately on chargebacks, I can have a customer come in here, him personally swipe his card and then dispute the charge after the fact, and I lose every time.
Yeah.
So it's a very weak process of any accountability. But it doesn't happen a ton. I mean, it's a small percentage.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Tanner, we're going to let you go take care of the Savannah, Georgia area, and good luck to you and your business, and appreciate your input. We appreciate the NFIB making arrangements for you to give us a boots on the ground, real world talk. So thank you again. And I'm sure if committee members want to reach out to you individually, Hunter can provide some contact information. And if you decide to come to Atlanta in the session, we'll welcome you with open arms. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get back to our committee folks, and you have a great day. All right, next up, let's see. I guess we'll kind of go from the top of the ticket here. Doug Cantor, if you'd like to introduce yourself and tell us who you're representing and some initial comments.
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I'm Doug Cantor. I am General Counsel of the National Association of Convenience Stores. Just to give you a sense of the convenience store industry, there are about 152,000 stores across the country. Over 60% of those are single store operators, so very small businesses. Most of the time you go into those stores and you'll see the owner of the store standing behind the counter waiting to help you. Just in Georgia, there are more than 7,300 convenience stores employing over 118,000 people. And those businesses paid just about $950 million in card fees last year. It is a huge expense. For this industry, it is the second highest operating expense.
Is that nationwide or in Georgia?
That's just in Georgia.
It's in Georgia, all right.
Yeah, no, and nationwide, the number gets into, I think we're at something along the lines of 17 billion, but I'll have to check to make sure that's the right number nationally. But only payroll is higher as an operating expense. Rent, utilities are far lower. In fact, utilities, even where you've got gas pumps, refrigeration units, all of that is maybe 1/3 of the card fees that our members pay. It is an out of control expense. And let me give you just a quick sense of why that is. The problem here and why in particular the fees on the tax amounts are so grating for all of these businesses is that the way Visa and MasterCard operate the system, they organize all of the banks that issue their cards into pricing collectives. It's literally the definition of a cartel. They set the prices that those banks charge through interchange fees to the merchant. This doesn't happen in any other area of banking. I'm not aware of it happening in any other area of our economy where there is that centralized pricing to this same extent. And because Visa and MasterCard control 83% of the market, merchants have no choice. And what happens is that Visa and MasterCard then compete for the bank's business by setting higher fees. In just about every other area of our economy, businesses compete on service, on products and how good they are, but they compete on price to have better prices. In the credit card industry, it's the opposite. Visa and MasterCard compete to have higher prices so that more banks will sign on with them and offer cards with their logos on it. That means more revenue to Visa and MasterCard and more revenue to the banks. The problem is that the merchants that accept those cards are on the losing end of that cycle of higher and higher fees. And ultimately, all of us as consumers are on the losing end of that cycle of higher and higher fees. There are a number of other rules in place from those two card networks that shield those fees from normal market pressures, and often make it so that most consumers don't see these and have no idea they exist. The normal price signals that drive commerce in a free market across the economy don't exist here because the majority of consumers are completely unaware that there's a cost to them using their cards.
What, 1 second, just so
Yeah.
I can track. Does the Georgia State Legislature have any control of that?
So there are lots of things the Georgia State Legislature could do with respect to this.
Well,
Yes.
I'm gonna pull my own Todd. Just, I'm not opposed to you continuing your thought.
Yeah.
My question is though, is specific to the pricing structure that you referenced.
Yes.
Does the Georgia Legislature have any direct authority over that current situation?
So absolutely. States set antitrust laws with respect to the ability of businesses to price fix. Georgia law doesn't allow that now. So absolutely, the Georgia legislature could weigh in on that in a number of different ways. But,
Okay,
but,
all right.
but certainly that part's clear. And I would just point to the Department of Justice lawsuit that was filed against Visa just a few weeks ago. They lay this out in detail with respect to the debit card market. And one of the things I think that is telling and goes directly to Chairman Jones's question from earlier this morning is they describe how Visa has used their market position to delay and prevent innovation in the payment space, and literally says that what they have done is bought off potential innovators in this market, Apple, Square, and PayPal, so that those businesses would not compete with Visa's role in the transaction process. And this is much of why, and Chairman Jones had asked about us being behind Europe and Asia in payments innovation. This is a big piece of why, because when you have a monopolistic structure, the competing on innovation is no longer the thing. Using that market power to keep out competitors becomes how those businesses operate, and they actually hold back innovation. So we were 20 years later on the chip cards. We were much later on these mobile payments and remote payments. All of those things have been directly held back, and the Department of Justice is litigating those things right now. One thing I think that is key to note here with respect to the way consumers pay all these costs is that these costs are a percentage of the transaction, and there was some discussion of that this morning. The key to recognize the 1.8% that was discussed earlier, or I usually look at the Nielsen report, tends to be the industry recognized source. They put the average at 2.25% with their numbers. But that's a percentage of the merchant's revenue, total revenue that comes in. It's somewhat like having an ownership position. It's before other costs are taken out. So it's gross revenue, not net revenue. But that's not a 1.8 or a 2.25% of the bank's costs. If you look at the bank's costs, these transactions are just a few pennies each one, no matter how big the transaction in terms of a cost to process. And we'll get to the fraud and those other things in a minute. But if you look at debit, even under the regulated federal scheme where debit is limited for the largest banks, they have a built-in profit margin on those debit transactions of 600%, according to the Federal Reserve's numbers. So the profit margins are far, far higher, and bank profit margins overall average across the full industry are 30%. A merchant profit margins, just to give a sense of perspective, are 2.5% on average. In grocery, it's actually lower. They're below 2%. So these numbers, because they're so large compared to merchants' profits, are automatically built into consumer prices, and they do drive inflation because they're a percentage, and multiply each additional penny of cost in anywhere in the economy that goes through retail gets multiplied by that 2 to 3% when a card is used. And so if you look at it, these fees, Visa, MasterCard, credit card fees are up 63% just since 2020. Since 2010, those total fees have just about quadrupled from $26 billion to $100 billion just on Visa and MasterCard credit. And what's clear is that the lowest income consumers get the worst of it. The Federal Reserve economists put out a study just about a year ago, and they found that lower income consumers pay an extra $13 billion a year. That much of that goes to higher income consumers because of the way this system works. So from our perspective, the overall system is problematic, and there are lots of things that can and should be done. But in particular, the unfairness that our members see with respect to paying these fees on the tax that is not their money is especially grating and difficult in light of how the entire system works. Because what happens is the merchant gets that. We used the $100, or folks on the committee used the $100 transaction as an example before. That $107, right? The merchant never sees the 107. A 3% rate on that is more than $3 out of the transaction right off the top. And the merchant literally has to go into their own pocket to be able to remit to the state the full $7 that the state is owed. And obviously they must do that. Lots of merchants would rather not, but they're required to remit those taxes as a matter of law, and have to be ready for the state to audit them and enforce against them if they don't do it the right way. So they're out not only the fees on the amount they do get, but they're out the literal taxes and have to make that up themselves. One thing I would note here too, just to be clear, is have a lot of sympathy and concern about the smaller banks, community banks, credit unions that we heard testimony this morning that often they struggle with offering these programs. It is not a coincidence that these programs are dominated by a very small number of the very largest banks. 10 banks in the United States have more than 80% of the Visa and MasterCard credit card volume. And a lot of that problem is traced back to the way the system operates because Visa and MasterCard set rates that all those banks charge. Those larger banks have far, far more transactions and therefore much, much lower economies of scale, much lower costs per transaction. They make huge margins. As I said, even with the debit regulation, 600% margins. The smaller banks have higher costs, yet they are not allowed to reflect those costs in their pricing. It's fixed across the board. It's a complicated schedule, but they're all pricing based on that same schedule. So they get the worst of it. And frankly, what those large banks have done over time is they've used the extra margin to go market to community bank and credit union customers and bring them in as credit card customers. That's why credit cards are far more concentrated in a small number of big banks. Debit cards are more dispersed. It's still more concentrated than it should be, but those same, top banks only have about 50% of the market in debit cards. With respect to the sales tax piece specifically, this information is there. It's level 2 data that's available.
When you say there,
yeah,
where is there?
So it is there and able to be captured in the transaction. Today, it's only captured in some of those transactions, commercial cards and fleet cards. And in fact, Visa today offers to sell back that data on those cards to the businesses that accept them for a price. And they specifically market it to retailers, noting that there is absolutely no additional hardware or software that those retailers need in order to pay Visa to get back that sales tax data. So there would be work that would need to be done, right, to both capture and net out the fees on sales tax with respect to other cards. But we know it can be done because it has been done for a number of different types of cards. In fact, I would note that in the state of Illinois, where they've passed this law, but it has not yet gone into effect because they set the effective date for July of next year, Cost Advisor is one independent service organization, a processor that works with individual merchants in the state of Illinois. In fact, they are an exclusive agent of Fiserv, according to their website that was here this morning. And Cost Advisor has said publicly and said to merchants in Illinois, they will be ready to do this and be compliant by July of next year. So they're ready to go. Look, that's one of the benefits of a competitive market. The processing market is competitive. So the folks that you heard from this morning, they've got to compete for merchants' business. In parts of their business, they have to compete for banks' business. And part of that is delivering better service, innovating, but it's also price. And so that's an important thing. They're finding ways to do this. We know it can be done, and the data is there. The other thing to note that's really important, the Georgia legislation on this last year, and it's true of the Illinois legislation that passed and legislation that's been proposed in other places with respect to this sales tax issue, all of those bills have said, hey, there are two options here. You can do it at the time of the transaction. That's fine, and that can be done. But they also all say, look, if it's too hard to do it at the time of the transaction, just have a reimbursement process afterward, where the merchant sends in their data, and then you reimburse them the cost. That is easy to do. Yes.
Forgive me. So for clarification, just so everybody can follow, when you say they can reimburse, just be clear on who you are referencing as it relates to the sales tax piece in your scenario, just so it's clear.
Yeah. So that would go through, it would go through this whole system of processors, networks, and issuing banks, right? And so the money, the interchange fee would be reimbursed to the merchant. So ultimately from that issuer. Now, this is much like there was some discussion of the chargeback system for fraudulent transactions in the committee this morning. Those chargebacks run into the many billions of dollars today every year. Reimbursement in the other direction for the fees paid on sales tax would be much, much smaller in terms of dollar volume than those chargebacks. And those chargebacks can happen months afterward today. And so from the merchant perspective, that would be a relatively easy way. They have to have the data to be able to justify to the state that the right amounts were submitted. That could be submitted through the payments process and done as a reimbursement if folks think at the time of the transaction is too difficult. And so the legislation didn't require that it be necessarily a one way or the other. And so that is doable and like I said, very consistent with processes they have today. It would just be money flowing in the other direction.
And in that scenario, it wouldn't really change the dynamic of the existence of fraud or chargebacks. That would be its own separate process. It wouldn't replace it.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. And look, the system of fraud and chargebacks is one that merchants have deep concerns about. I already actually brought along the Federal Reserve has looked at the exact data that was being discussed some this morning, and they've found that in the most recent year, 47% of fraud costs were charged back to merchants. 33.5% of those fraud costs were paid by the issuing bank, and 19.5% of those fraud costs were paid by consumers. So those are the numbers on debit cards. They do not track the numbers on credit cards. Outside organizations that have estimated, and frankly, I don't think they're especially good estimates. A lot of them, this data is hard to get, have shown merchants paying more on credit cards than banks as well. The Fed data suggests that as well, because the dual message, the non-PIN transactions, have an even higher split for merchants than single message.
Would you be willing to share that Fed data with David Hartman sometime today? We can get that to committee members.
Absolutely.
And if you don't mind, just so that everybody has a chance, I'm going to let the next two folks do their introductions, and then we're going to start. Is there any other points that you really need to make right now, or can we come back?
I can wait. That's
okay.
fine.
All right.
Yeah.
No, I just want to make sure we keep
Absolutely.
the thing flowing, but appreciate the information. I will say one thing as a banker, not to push back on your comment regarding the interchange fee being set by largely one entity. The Federal Reserve sets the cost of funds for banks. I don't have any control of the prime interest rate, just FYI.
Absolutely agree. We just think it's a little different when it's a private act.
I understand.
But I'm with
I
you.
understand. All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ben Cowart. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs at Georgia Retailers. Georgia Retailers has been representing retailers large and small throughout the state for more than 60 years. And just appreciate all of you being here, the time you've dedicated to this study committee. I'm here just because of the increasing financial burden that swipe fees and compliance costs have been placed on our members. As we've discussed, when the consumer pays with a credit or debit card, retailers not only pay an interchange fee on the price of the product, but also that state imposed tax that they collect and remit on behalf of the state. Retailers as well as consumers have been facing record inflation. And as these costs rise, retailers and especially small businesses in particular are struggling to absorb these expenses, most of the time passing it on to the consumer, and then they, get pushback from their consumers for rising prices. But I wanted to talk about just a couple of the numbers so there's an industry group, CMSPI, and I can provide this to the committee. They just put out their industry report. So their estimates on interchange on state and local taxes just in Georgia are $305 million. 95.8 million estimate on interchange on state alcohol tax, and 2.9 million an estimate on interchange on state gas and diesel tax. Just to give you an idea of some of the
Give me those numbers one more time. 305 million
interchange on state and local taxes,
state and local,
95.8 estimate on the interchange on state alcohol tax
Okay.
and 2.9 million in estimate on interchange on state gas and diesel excise tax. And I can provide you that industry report.
Yeah, let's get that to David and he can
Yeah,
share, but I just want to make those
absolutely.
notes. Thank you.
But just wanted to point out some of those, but I mean, really it's the impact to our individual members, especially some of our smaller businesses. I have a member that is a independent hardware business in the Columbus area. He shared just some of his numbers with me. This is a very pressing issue for him, but what he pays in credit card processing fees has more than doubled in the last decade. He says these fees are becoming unmanageable, especially for a small business that doesn't have very much control over what type of payment that his customers are using. And they're seeing their customers increasingly using credit cards versus other forms of payments. In fact, he said their sales are 80% from a credit cards currently. And he's getting a lot of he's having a hard time passing those numbers or those costs on. He's getting a lot of backlash from his customers that are saying they're going to go somewhere else because the price continue to rise. But this is something else he shared with me. On top of his swipe fees, he faces high payment card industry compliant cost. His estimate for equipment over the last 5 years has been about $5,000 to $7,000 a year, on top of software costs for upgrades and things like that can be monthly or yearly. But just wanted to give you, that's just one example of one of our members that's facing extremely high costs. And this is money that he could be keeping, reinvesting in his business, staying in that local economy. And then, as was mentioned, the U.S. credit card fees are among the highest in the world. In fact, there have been over 40 new and increased network fees that have been introduced since 2011. One recent fee increase alone added $260 million in annual costs for U.S. merchants. So, I mean, we are here just because our businesses are greatly being impacted by these increase in swipe fees. Their pressures are making it extremely difficult for a lot of them to remain competitive. So retailers are really just here simply asking for some relief on, they just don't feel it's right. They're having to pay a fee on taxes they collect and remit on behalf of the state. We feel like we're doing our part in collecting and remitting tax on behalf of the state, and feel that the banks and credit card companies should do their part as well. We really appreciate y'all studying this issue and look forward to any meaningful recommendations and legislative solutions that the committee would see fit.
All right. Thank you for that. Scott?
Thank you so much. Scott Bierman with the Georgia Restaurant Association. I appreciate y'all being here this afternoon. I know it's been a long meeting. We appreciate your time, and it's such an important issue for not only our folks, but again, retailers, NFIB, folks from around the state. Georgia has a great restaurant scene. I'm obviously biased, but I think we all have our favorite restaurants we like to go to. We they're parts of our community. We have over 500,000 eating and drinking places in 23,000 eating and drinking places in our state that hire 500,000 Georgians. We are an engine of the economy, and we really keep places going. I think we saw that during COVID when our restaurants were shut down, how much we missed them, how much they really were true parts of our community. In that 23,000, we have a lot of mom and pop pizza places like the one that was mentioned earlier today. We heard about, hey, we went in and we were taking orders on a notepad that they probably got at the Dollar General or at the Walmart down the street. And frankly, that's the reality for a lot of our mom and pop restaurants. They use what they have. They make the best of it. They're the owners and operators. They're not only just the owners, but they're the managers. They're the wait staff. They're the bussers. They sometimes hop on the grill to get food out the door. They're marketing, their HR, they're everything. They put a lot of pressure on themselves to provide for their families and provide for their communities. It's these mom and pops, the restaurants, that are the ones who, your son has a baseball tonight. They probably have advertisements on the stadium out there with local restaurants that give back to their communities. And they would love.
And he'll be begging to go to one of them for some fried fish because that's his thing right now. So yeah,
I think we all had our little league place afterwards. Mine was pizza. We'd go get pizza after little league games. And you know, look, that POS system that he mentioned earlier was, I'm sure, fantastic. Bells and whistles. You know, those are great. I would encourage everybody who's interested in the National Restaurant Show in Chicago every summer. The technology will blow your mind with what they can do. The unfortunate part with POS systems like that and this technology, they're expensive. They are to make, you know, it's the old saying, to make money, you got to spend money. Well, a lot of these mom and pops don't have the money to make more money to get involved in these POS systems that are incredible, and they really do make things more efficient. After COVID, we were looking at profit margins for the industry around, especially around the smaller independents, around 1 to 3%, really small margin. I know 1.8 was mentioned earlier. After COVID, it was 1 to 3. We're seeing that kind of bounce back a little bit, 3 to 5 to somewhere up in 7. Obviously, there are going to be outliers, folks who can make more off that, and that has to do with economies of scale and in the specific type of food and beverages you provide. But within that, you know, kind of cost that you run into, credit card processing fees are one of them. It's one that we could look up time and time again. And it's not the biggest cost. You know, we look at labor, we look at energy, we look at food costs. Well, unfortunately, all those things have been rising over the last few years. I'm sure you've all been to the grocery store. I'm sure you've been to your favorite fast food place and looked and been like, well, that value meal was $5 2 years ago, and now it's $7.50. Prices are going up on everything. And it's just the pressure points. Our folks don't want to, as mentioned earlier, we don't want to pass those on. We don't want to keep nickeling and diming our customer base time and time again. And so when we talk about processing fees, and that was brought up at the last meeting, it's brought up a couple of times today. You know, we have restaurants who put processing fees on the menu, and that is frankly one of the most tortured conversations we have with them when they come to us and say, hey, what do I need to do? We don't want to do this. We don't want to put this fee, but we need the relief here to help us continue to stay open, keep our doors open. And look, this isn't a commentary against credit cards or against, you know, to Chairman Jones's conversation earlier. Because he had credit card on him, he was able to go out to dinner last night and to, you know, go to one of our great Georgia restaurants. Credit cards opened up our client base. We're all for that. We're all for the free market. And hey, when you get a service, you pay for a service, and we're all for that. But touching on some of the points earlier on specifically the sales tax portion, that's one, again, just put some extra pressure on us. I don't want to say we're not talking life-changing money, because I don't know what's life-changing money for a restaurateur down in South Georgia. Would $500 extra a month make a big difference? Would it help them keep their doors open? Would it help them keep another employee on staff? Would it help them grow? Would it help them buy that POS system that would encourage them to get more technologically advanced and find more efficiencies? We appreciate, you know, everybody being here. You know, I appreciate the banks and the processors being here this morning and their perspective on all this. You know, I think it takes everybody coming to the table to talk about it, but we ask you guys to just really look at this and see what can be done to kind of help ease this burden on the sales tax portion for our folks. Thank you, guys.
All right, I'm going to hold my questions, so I'm going to open up to the committee members. Anybody got any questions that they want to ask for the panelists here from our retailers? All right, I don't know who is first. Okay. All right. Joe Rulon, then we're going to go to CB, and then we'll go to 22. All right, Wayne. All right, so first, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might be just a food for thought for the committee as well as a question to y'all. But you had mentioned a couple of things, the level 2 data that had the tax broken out, and also excise taxes. So as you were talking, I was looking some things up. Would it be possible, because it looks like excise taxes on alcohol and tobacco are kind of fixed dollar amounts per unit. So would it be possible that if I went to Circle K and bought a case of beer, to be able to, would there be potentially some privacy issues that now my bank knows I'm buying beer and maybe I should be subject to higher loan rates because I'm a higher risk, or that data is leaked or sold or something, and now I've got privacy issues where I didn't have before if it was just one number shooting through the system to be approved?
So that data exists. That's level 3 data in terms of the transaction level data. It's there already. Now it's not passed and used, and it doesn't have to be. If you include excise tax in this system, you would probably need to do that type of reimbursement situation that I talked about, where the retailer could submit overall dollars, gallons, if it's fuel or what have you, and wouldn't need to be identified by a person. Typically, these things, you know, as you see on your receipt, they're sort of last four digits of a card number. So there's ways to do any of those things where it's anonymized and that information's in the past, but certainly none of that exists with respect to sales tax. Excise tax adds some additional layers of complexity above the sales tax piece because those taxes typically come in at the wholesale level, not at retail. So you'd have to, I think, do that type of reimbursement process.
Thank you.
CB? Go ahead, sorry.
I don't have any question from you guys. I have, I just see one of you guys, supporting us. I have a small business and I have a restaurant, grocery store, gas station, motel, all kind of, Yes, we are struggling because the taxes gone up, insurance gone up, and if credit card fee will go up, our margin will go very, very less, Just gas station, like our price is like $3, 9 cents we are giving to the credit card company. We're not making any money. It is true.
Thank you, sir. 28, Wayne? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is an interesting position for me because as Ben knows, because I know his uncle well, I'm in the banking business. And of course, businesses are the very lifeblood of banking. I've been doing this for 37 years. And so if we didn't have small businesses, I wouldn't have a job. So this is an interesting dynamic. So I have a couple of questions. So just to make sure we're grounded in the right numbers, a couple of you mentioned the amount of interchange fees and how much they've doubled for the businesses and how they've quadrupled. But just to be fair, you're talking about the gross fees. You're not talking about the percentage of the fees. You're just talking about the gross fees, correct?
That's right. Yeah, if you look at the percentage in 2010, the average percentage according to Nielsen was 2.0%. It's now 2.25%. The concern we have with the gross fees, there are a number of things that go into that. Some of it's more card usage, some of it's just inflation and higher prices, right, that go into that. But part of the concern with that price and fee being a percentage based is that anytime you have inflation or higher costs, there's an automatic price rise. And so for the retailer, that's like a double hit. They've had their supplier costs go up. They feel like they have to increase their prices, and then boom, they get higher costs than they had in the first place because it's percentage based. So the answer is yes, the percentage has gone up and the overall gross dollars have gone up over time.
And again, from my position, the follow-up question, Mr. Chairman, is to make sure that we're helping who you're wanting to help as your own members, right? When you talk about the fees increasing, part of that fee increase that you're seeing is that your very businesses that you're representing are seeing the consumers who visit their businesses using cards, credit cards and debit cards more. So what I'm really concerned about, and one of you mentioned about community banks versus the big issuers. And let me put some perspective on that as well to let you respond to. So as you make the changes, if you make the change that you're asking for here, what we see when greater intervention by government gets involved, you're going to reduce the viability of the smaller players because players who can do this at scale are going to be the winners. So my concern is to make sure we're helping the small businesses. Have you asked your small businesses, for instance, now that they can charge the consumer for the transactions, and I heard you, Ben, say that they're worried about that because there's others that can, that maybe are not charging that fee, but everybody's there that can charge fee. So if you ask the small businesses, because if you just ask me, do I want to pay taxes? I'm going to say no. So I saw some of the responses you got. Nobody wants to pay the rising interchange. But if you gave them a comparison question, they're using the card system more and more and more, and there are trade-offs when you start to intervene or let the government intervene. So I'm just curious, have you actually asked those kind of questions to your members?
Yeah, so absolutely. And
do you have that data? Do you have those studies to show us that you've asked that question in comparison to all the others?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, NFIB has surveyed their members, and we don't have data on ours. We talk to them quite a bit about this issue and get a lot of feedback from them. And there's no question they are using cards more, and they want to use cards more. That's not the issue. And so, for example, I would just compare it to, as I noted, the processing market is competitive. We're not here talking about the fees the processors charge. Those are set in a competitive market. Great. They are what they are. It's the interchange where it's collectively set, where you don't have competition and where that becomes the problem that we have focused in on. So look, there are lots of other costs that our folks have that have gone higher over time. And that's fine. If that's how the market works it out, as opposed to a central price fixing mechanism that Visa and MasterCard have put in place, that's where it's problematic. And I would just note, a lot of our businesses have found tremendously negative consequences if they try to surcharge that amount to their customers. Customers get mad because they think it's just the business doing it, and they don't know there are these card fees. And precisely because of both some lingering Visa MasterCard rules that make it difficult, but also because of the competitiveness of retail, you lose customers as a result if you get customers upset. And so most businesses still don't do that and won't do that, and frankly, don't want to be what is essentially the tax collector for the Visa MasterCard set of fees, which they would be if they all just added that charge and passed it through. They'd rather have a competitive market function here than tack it on and have the customers blame them for it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do have to follow up that. You say your merchants did not want that?
Correct. They don't
did
like
not
doing
want
it.
the ability to charge?
They do want the ability. They do want
Okay.
Visa MasterCard out of their business so they can do what they want, but most of them still won't do it because of the customer pushback.
Do you have data to say what percent of your customers weren't charging that are charging today?
I can find that data for you. It's a very small minority that charge today. Yeah. In fact, there's more. Yeah, it's a very small number. We'll get it for you.
Going to continue on to a couple more questions. Representative Todd Jones, Chairman.
Hey, good afternoon. Just a couple things. Your opening comment regarding, I'll say, the oligopoly that exists around the 83%. You said that you couldn't think of any private sector equivalent to that. It made me think, I can't think of anything other than potentially the regulated industries we have here in Georgia that the PSC oversees, in terms of Georgia Power, for instance, in terms of there's an investment of capital, and then there's basically a prescribed amount of return. And in return, of course, we permit them to be a monopoly. Is that what you're basically putting the parallel against, or is there some other type of parallel that I could possibly draw?
Well, so there's a couple of parallels. The one I was specifically referring to is those businesses, Visa and MasterCard, setting the price for the competitors.
Mm-hmm.
That's one we don't see. The market share is its own problem, and as you know, there are very few, even on the market share side, you can compare. But that does occur in some places, sort of platform markets sometimes, certainly regulated monopolies, but in the tech world, we see these platform type businesses that sometimes have very high share as well.
Right. But the comment that you made, I think, resonates, because as a business owner, I've never felt into an area where I'm negotiating and CB's negotiating with possibly the same exact vendor or supplier services, where there's a chance that he and I are off by 10 basis points. And that doesn't, he's maybe a better negotiator than me, and that allows him to get the advantage of that 10 basis points. I want to go back to the risk. I don't know if you were here in the morning. I've been trying really hard, and this is not a gotcha. I'm trying to. Hedge funds take on a significant amount of risk, and we expect them to, in return, knock on wood, they get that. Elon Musk takes on a lot of risk, and in return, he gets, a lot of wealth if things go well for him. No one's going to save him if it doesn't. Same thing, we don't expect our credit unions to do that, et cetera, et cetera. And that's not a knock to credit unions. That's not what their charter is. But at the end of the day, when you look at risk on the sales tax side, let's take that, because that's what this committee is about. It's not about getting between the Hatfield and McCoys right now, because that's effectively how I feel watching these two groups, but rather on the tax side only, on the risk, and I'll ask it possibly a different way than I did this morning. If you were looking at the merchants, the state of Georgia, and then I'm just going to say the ecosystem, and that includes the processors, the issuing bank, the associations, and everything, where would you possibly rank the risk from highest to lowest or lowest to highest?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. So the merchant takes complete risk of remitting that sales tax to the state. It's their legal responsibility, period, end of story. The issuer shares some of the risk that there is fraud or non-payment on that $7. Like I said, if it's fraud, according to the Fed, the merchant takes 47% of that risk and the issuer 33.5% of that risk. On non-payment, right? This is consumer, it's not fraud, but the consumer doesn't pay their bill. I think there's an important thing to note. The issuer takes that risk, although we have clearly seen, especially over the last several years, an increase in non-fraud transactions that are pushed into that fraud bucket by consumers who aren't paying, saying it was fraud, but in fact, their claim it's fraud is in effect fraud. And so merchants are paying more than half of that. The other thing to note, though, with respect to the bank issuers of cards taking the risk of non-payment, is we should all recognize, and we all do know when you think about it, they set that risk against the consumer, right? Riskier consumers pay much higher interest rates. In fact, those rates have been very high in recent years, above 20% on average recently. Last year, banks collected $160 billion in interest rates from consumers on credit cards. It's an all-time record. So I think it's a little bit unfair to say that merchants should shoulder more of that non-payment risk versus issuers who are getting that non-payment risk from both sides of the transaction.
Right. So given that you went exactly where I wanted to go to, they set the interest rates. Like I have 4 kids in their 20s. If I didn't make them just authorized users of my credit card or co-sign their interest, I was like, excuse me? Like I had no earthly idea. But anyways, that being stated, I just assume that's just a part of doing business and they're going to have some, non-payments and things like that. And they build in their business model. And I say, God bless them and God bless the free market. But wouldn't the merchant, if you put the same corollary to that, the merchant, and we'll just use one of the convenience stores, the convenience store would almost have to say, well, excuse me, sir, can I please see your credit report? Because I don't know if this is going to be a $10 charge to you or a $12 charge to you, because I'm clearly going to charge you a bit more because there's a greater risk of you doing, quote, bad things based on your FICO versus if you're an 850. But isn't that a corollary that, I mean, it's not a natural corollary, but effectively, isn't that the same thing? The issuing bank gets the advantage, though, of seeing my kid's FICO, which is basically non-existent coming out of college, versus you being able to see it, not you, but a convenience store being able to see that, correct?
That's correct. I have 2 boys in their 20s too, and I know exactly what you're talking about. But yes, merchants obviously are not in a position to make that judgment, yet that risk does bleed back into them in the form of these chargebacks.
And I have one more question. I believe, and no one's answered it yet, so I'm just going to say I've been waiting for one of the panels to answer it this way when they haven't, but that's okay. My belief is that the government holds the least amount of risk if you were to stack order the ranking between the merchants, the issuing bank, the processors, the associations, the government, et cetera. Notwithstanding everyone's argument over level 1, level 2, level 3, how it parses out the data, I got to do $16 trillion of technical changes, you name it. Sounds like NASA versus SpaceX. But true or false, if the Department of Revenue, and I'm not speaking for the department, and they're not here, if we were to rebate back 1% against, so in other words, let's assume it's 3%, and I'm just giving a hypothetical, 3%, okay? Right now, the DOR does not rebate back a significant amount, but we're expecting the merchants, for all intents and purposes, to be an extension of the DOR because they have to submit, and they get in a lot of trouble if they don't submit. And so to your point, they tend to submit when they can and when they have to. So could we, just looking at macro data, not necessarily parsing it through 2,000 different systems for certification, but looking at macro data, could there be a way that we start rebating back to these, especially the small and medium-sized merchants, I'll just say against the broader macro number versus some argument on a per transaction number?
So there's no question you could do that. Here's my concern with that.
Please.
So at the last hearing that this committee had, you had Bill Sheedy of Visa say, hey, don't do this because if you do, we're just going to increase other fees.
I heard that,
Um,
and it was shocking that he said that on a recorded line.
Yeah, here's the thing that's interesting about it is, one, I will tell you that the way he was positing it has been refuted by economist Hal Singer at the University of Utah. Has said, look, this is a fallacy. If you actually do something to regulate an uncompetitive market, that doesn't mean you can just charge more fees in ways that might be competitive. Doesn't work out the economics of it. But I am a little concerned if you just did a straight government subsidy, that would be an open invitation to increase
Right.
costs
So
and
what
prices.
we would get from that is student loans.
That's right.
We have seen
That's
the
right.
university system pervert itself over the last 3 decades because of the stupidity of the federal government and what they did with the student loans. So I 100% agree with you. We can't go that route, or we'll just basically, for all intents and purposes, be repeating that same level of intellect that comes out of DC. So at the end of the day, 100% agree with you. And I appreciate you just being candid and answering my question. So thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to go to Gina next, and then Kevin to you. So Gina, go ahead.
I was just actually looking for some data. So everything has a cost. When a merchant accepts cash, there's an inherent cost to accepting the cash. A small retailer, the owners are probably taking the cash to the bank, where now they're probably paying additional fees for depositing cash that didn't used to exist before. And then you've got probably the bigger retailers who have their own branded credit cards. And I'm wondering what you're hearing about what is their cost for accepting cash versus a credit card, and what is their cost for accepting their own branded credit cards for the larger retailers?
Yeah, so Fumiko Hayashi is an economist at the Kansas City Federal Reserve and has done the breakdown of cash costs versus debit costs. I'm happy to submit that. What she found is cash is much less expensive than debit, even at the regulated debit rate. Interestingly, she also noted that in much of the rest of the world, cash is more expensive than debit because much of the rest of the world has regulated to a greater degree than we have here and has much cheaper debit systems. In fact, the fees on debit in many nations don't exist.
Okay,
So
I got to ask a question. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but the market tells us things. Why then would we see such an increase in the number of businesses that now advertise card only?
So
when it's because I'm a banker. I started out as a teller. I remember watching the trends of all kinds of merchants in the 90s completely convert from having majority of their deposits each and every day at 7 a.m. being cash to where instead of me having 200 transactions per hour, in which 85% of those had majority cash, transitioning to 50-50 cash and check, to then 20% cash, 80% check, and then all of a sudden the great drop off in 2012 to today, where it's now they're doing everything with these little boys.
there's a couple things going on.
I don't see how
yeah.
cash is cheaper.
Yeah, well, I'll submit the study, but there are a couple of dynamics here that I think are important. One is the overall cost numbers does not mean that matches for every single business, right? Each business has to make their own decisions. And we clearly have found more and more customers wanting to pay with cards and paying with cards in much higher numbers, so that there's no doubt for some businesses, those numbers have reversed. Overall, though, cash is cheaper. I would note that even today, with the number of businesses we've seen going this direction, which is really interesting when you encounter it, right? It's surprising. There are still in the United States overall more cash only businesses than non-cash businesses. And I'm happy to submit that data too, if it's useful. Great.
Any other questions or comments, Gina?
No, and just to follow up on that, and I don't know if, you know, with the bigger retailers who have the availability to offer their own branded credit card, what are their inherent costs on running that program that they're also remitting sales tax out of?
So for the reason, there are a couple of reasons why those guys do that. So, and there are two types of cards we should note. I really appreciate you bringing it up. So some are store only cards, right? And some are general purpose credit cards that are branded with a big retailer. And even us with convenience stores, we have a few members who do this. One of the reasons to do it with the general cards is then that merchant business actually shares in some of the fee revenue. So that's helpful to them. They can offset some of their other costs where they're able to do that and are big enough to stand up the program. That's helpful. It adds to the mix for them. With the store only cards, often what they'll try to do is get to people to sign up an ACH, like go directly to their demand deposit account, so that they don't pay any of these fees, right? So it's a much lower cost when they're able to sign people up to do it that way. So those are a couple of the strategies people use.
So do you have the numbers on what those costs are? So if we're talking about using the number of 3% interchange on a Visa MasterCard transaction, what is the
Gina,
same?
we're having a little trouble hearing you over here. Sorry if you can pull that.
Is my mic on?
Yeah, it's on. It's just
So
maybe closer.
comparatively speaking, if you've got, and we're using the number 3% on an interchange cost on a MasterCard Visa transaction, what's the same comparative cost on those? Either a co-branded program, what is the merchant's cost on that when we're still talking about remitting sales tax?
So the costs are much lower. And if I recall, a couple of the economists that are participating in the antitrust litigation did give those numbers. I can't remember them, but I can find those for you.
That'd be good. Thank you.
Sorry. User issue over here. Thank you very much, Gina. All right, Kevin, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple clarifying questions from the group. Talked about the rise of costs to merchants for interchange and things like that. And we heard this morning, processors talk about the innovation they make, the increase in scale they can have. Traditionally, as that scale increases, the cost to do the rote task would decrease. Have processing costs increased at the same percentage that the interchange has increased? So the cost of the merchant increases because of interchange. Have the processing costs increased at the same rate?
So the most comprehensive look at processing costs is from the Fed, looking at the debit data that they now collect every 2 years. And they've found that the processing costs has fallen since they first collected the data. It's about a decade now, and it's been cut in half.
Okay. And along the same lines, as card usage increases, obviously the gross number for fraud is going to increase simply because there's more card usage. Has the percentage of fraud increased commensurate with the costs that are going up?
So fraud costs have gone up. I'd have to look at it more closely to say, is it commensurate? I don't, the answer in a way is clearly no, because fraud overall is about $11 billion in total card fraud. The fees collected last year were $172 billion. So it's hard to reconcile those two things. The thing we find from the Fed data that I think is most interesting is the fraud has increased on Visa and MasterCard transactions over the last couple of years. And for their smaller competitors like Star and Excel that Fiserv has that they talked about this morning, that fraud cost over the past 2 years has decreased on a per transaction basis. And so the interesting thing we find is that while there have been changes that have started to catch up to the rest of the world around having chip cards, for example, because here we haven't used the PIN numbers, we've seen, especially with Visa and MasterCard, bigger increases in fraud, and their competitors that rely more on PIN have seen decreases.
Okay. And just to make sure I understand one piece of it, gentleman was asking about privacy and potentially being able to identify someone because of the tax rate. Isn't that inherent in the system today with merchant category codes? Liquor stores, banks already receive that information today.
So they definitely get the type of merchant on every transaction. There's no doubt about that. So far, the transaction level data of specific items, right, isn't communicated. And that's something I know merchants have fought very hard to
Right.
not release because they have their own set of concerns about the credit card industry seeing that data. But I'm sure it will continue to be a tussle whether any of this happens or not.
Let me do
then-
this. I'm gonna have one
Please.
more person come up and speak. It's kind of calling an audible here, but if you have an additional question, or if you remember,
go right
I'll
ahead.
come back to you.
Thank you.
Got a late request, and I'd like to ask David Jaffer to come up to speak. He'll do an introduction in a short. He's one of your peers, and let him have a brief question in case some of the members want to ask him his. Thank you.
I'm David Jaffer. I represent the United C Store, and our members are convenience store and gas station operators. And they're independent. Overwhelming numbers are single store owners. So it's that one store that supports their family, allows them to hire employee. And we, as an industry, operate with a very thin margin. I think you've heard that today, and it's a very competitive environment. So anything you can do to help with the cost and bring sort of equity into that equation would be helpful. I heard one of the credit unions folks say that the split transaction is the way to compensate the merchants. Actually, the opposite. Because lack of split transaction, we're penalized. In other words, we're collecting taxes, remitting to the DOR, and yet having to pay swipe fees on that. So I think as a policy, I hope you take that into account. And I'll quickly address the chargeback. I am a recovering convenience store owner, operator. I used to have a store right down the street, and former speaker Ralston was my customer. So I got to see him every morning before you all did. So I understand how that business works, and I have dealt with the chargebacks. And oftentimes we will get a letter saying that there is a request for documentation. And what the credit card expects us to do is to dig up the receipts. We do keep the receipts. And it takes time to find it, but if it's $20, $30, we find it. And we send it back, and we just never hear anything back. So I think what you heard from these folks is correct, that when it comes to chargeback and when it passed to the retailer, it's a one-way street. So I know you gave me a very short window, and I know that window matches my stature, and I want to be very respectful to that. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Jaffer? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Chairman's going to have a couple questions and just a couple comments for the committee, and potentially have some final questions for anybody else if there's something that any of the members have to ask of our current panelists, or if there's something that dawned on you. If you're like me, sometimes you deal with stream of consciousness and interruptions from children during the day, and no doubt I can tell that my children are getting close because I just got a text from my mother-in-law. So, what do you want me to do with child A, right? So a couple of comments. So it is my understanding, and I want to make sure I clear this up. Also, the grocery store industry runs on a very thin margin, 1.5 to 1.8%. So there are businesses that are high volume that provide typically fairly low cost to consumers, and they're making a small margin. So I want to make sure I don't just give shout out to the poultry brokers, but also the grocery store industry too. I can also tell you as a consumer, living a very busy family life right now, there are times in which I make a conscious decision to go into a convenience store to pay an exorbitantly high price for a bag of Doritos for an 8-year-old. I make that choice as a consumer to go there instead of a large box store where I could honestly have a month's supply and have an aggregate cost less, right? And I don't think the government should tell my convenience store that I should mandate what that price is. While I understand there were some references to some percentages, 600%, I believe was noted. Everybody can have an opinion, but I want us to think about this as colleagues in the business community. I'm not going to criticize businesses for providing services for customers that are willing to pay a price as it relates to their freedom in this country. And we are all small businesses in here. We're all Georgians. And I want us to think about what in the big picture can we do to help improve the bottom lines of all businesses that operate. And one of the numbers that I have been able to extrapolate, and I believe it's accurate, the Department of Revenue gave me their official 2023 number. And I want to read it to the committee as a reminder. Let's see here. Forgive me. Too many people have texted since. All right. In 2023, the net collections were 17.8 billion sales and use tax payments received by DOR. 9 billion of that was state portion, 8.8 billion distributed to all local governments, which tracks with that somewhere in the neighborhood of 7-ish%. Now, prior to the Great Recession, the vendor comp was about 2% just of all transactions. Okay. Now, do some quick math. Y'all can do it. I didn't have to be me, but you can figure out what 2% would be to the retail industry. That number is about double what it is today based on the current, what they did after the Great Recession, because we had a budget constraints. The economy was in a tumble. That number would almost equal the number that you allocated, which was 305 state and local, 95.8 for alcohol, 2.9 for state gas. Now, I know some people don't think the vendor comp piece is related, but I've listened to testimony from retailers today specifically referencing they feel like that they should be compensated for remitting sales tax to Department of Revenue. I am paraphrasing the collective conversation of each of you, but you represent folks that have that opinion. Is that a correct statement? You can all nod. If I'm wrong, you can speak. Okay. So I want the committee to think about that. Not saying it's a solution. I'm not saying the Department of Revenue is going to come with that recommendation. I'm not going to say that I'm in a position ready to recommend that to the Department of Revenue or the Ways and Means Committee. What I am saying is, if this was pre-Great Recession and we were still collecting 2%, it would offset the amount of the swipe fee on the sales tax portion for retailers. That's just close to being factual. I'd say with a 90% number. Okay. The other takeaways that I've heard is the chargeback and fraud issue in this state is impacting banks, credit unions, and retailers. And my charge to the industry and to our committee is, let's think about what can we do in Georgia to address those dynamics. And is there a conversation that retailers and banks and the industry need to have as improving the overall process to reduce and mitigate the risk of chargeback on the merchant side? And what can we do to reduce the risk of card fraud, whether it be debit, whether it be credit, all those kind of things. And I'm also reminded that the consumer has an opportunity as well. I made a decision based on an experience, which was my identity was attempted to be stolen. So I now have credit card monitoring, and I have each of my credit cards have a flag that if I use it outside of a certain, radius, like if I'm out of state, for example, I have asked all my credit card companies and my bank to decline that credit automatically unless I go in and tell the bank, hey, I'm going to be traveling. Now, I know that consumers are busy. It's not their priority, but it is something that they can do to also push back on fraud. Those are my final comments. I'm going to open it up to all the committee members for any other questions, comments for the committee. And I just want to thank each and every person that's participated in this endeavor. This work is not over because the issue isn't resolved, right? Card fraud's not going away. Everybody's trying to improve their bottom line. And let's just be honest, we're all pushing back against the Fed, the federal government at large, with regulations that are driving much more cost to our bottom lines than what we're discussing today. But I do appreciate the spirited discussion and the information and the facts provided. So with that, any other burning questions or comments from the committee members? There's not a Georgia game tonight, but I will consider this meeting adjourned, and thank you all for attending and appreciate your contributions. Have a great day. And we're out at 1:59. I like it.